Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the St. Patrick's Day edition of the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show. If I didn't say that, Obi would disown me. So happy St. Patrick's Day, Obi. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. That would be excellent. Thank you, Pepe. Hopefully, no issues today with the audio. Thank you very much. All right, guys, what's happening? So actually, not much. There's only one that's up 36% here. As you know, many times when we wake up, we see stocks 100%, 200%. So not a lot of massive moves so far in the pre-market. There's LIDAR up 36%. And I know they had some news. Give me one moment, please. My news is not updating. Just give me one moment. Okay, let me see if I get this going again. So here's LIDAR. Okay, so they sort of look, they put NVIDIA in this press release. They outline a $30 million transportation OEM program and deepens their NVIDIA partnership. Okay, well, expanding their customer, better have some pretty big customers. They've got 16 of them. Oh, anyway, there's LIDAR, LIDR, coming right into the 200-day moving average. That means stall it. So, yeah, thank you, PJ. I did ask, I don't know if William is in the room yet. I know he wasn't feeling well yesterday, so hopefully everything's okay. But here's ALDX trading lower after the company. You're right, there are shares available, a million shares. After USDA, FDA declined to approve their eye disorder drug. But as you know, some of these things will just bounce just because. So holding a dollar so far, holding a dollar. Java, boy, I haven't seen this one for a while. JVA. It actually looks like this is an earnings play. We do not have it as an earnings play, but it looks like it's an earnings play. Shares rally continues following a Q1 revenue surge. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. That could stall it. There are shares available for me, short at Interactive Brokers. FlyX completes their Starlink Starlink installation on Challenger aircraft. Here's an earnings play that might get interesting, guys. CTRN, okay, CTRN. There's no volume yet. It's only 17,000. The volume will certainly pick up, but it's up 16%. Again, there's no volume, but we've seen this one in the past, and this is, yeah. I mean, it's if you look at this daily chart, it's wiped out all of this. And here's yeah, Dan Burns in our YouTube room. Yeah, VIAF releases new clinical care or clinical state case study highlighting the benefit of adding CyPath Lung. All right, so that is the news on that. Yeah, it really popped a couple of days ago, came right back down. So what did it get up to? It got up to 271, down to 159, closed here yesterday. So it's certainly above yesterday's close. Maybe it has an attack at the high of 2 days ago. Probably a low float. Yeah, 4.4 million in the float. Look at the volume that happened on that day. 240 million shares traded on that day. So OKLO is up at least 8%, guys. And there was some news up with him. This is a way to play it. If you thought OKLO was going to continue moving higher, this is a two-time ETF. Plenty of volume, 2.2 million. So if you thought OKLO, the stock, was going to keep moving higher, you could buy this one, get double the move. But as always, just be careful because if OKLO drops 1%, this will drop 2%. Let's take a look at OKLO, refresh my memory about the news. After the company announced it signed the U.S. Department of Energy other transaction agreement, okay, etc. So there was a press release. Let's see if the other ones have moved with it. There were three nukes. Yeah, so definitely OKLO is on its own. I mean, the other ones are moving a little bit, but OKLO is definitely moving on that news. So there's the CTRN guys. I mean, again, there's no volume, only 17,000 shares. Could get interesting though. It is an earnings play. You know, TME had a big run yesterday, didn't it? And wow, big run yesterday. Actually, a 3-day run. And guess what? They released earnings today, and it was flat. Look at that. Remember, hit a high of 1550 or so, down to 1313 this morning. So this is an earnings play, and boy, what a reaction after three rising days. Mm, I think, yeah. Look at UCAR. Now we're getting one that's over 100%. Bonica. Well, it was probably over. It was well over 100%. I didn't see it because it was under a dollar. But now we're getting one on my. You know what? I'm on. I just loaded. Are you guys having problems with your chart? I saw somebody saying they had a problem with their charts earlier. I'm on the latest dev version that came out last night, development version that came out last night. You guys are not on that one, but so UPower announces the production of first batch of 30 battery swapping electric heavy duty trucks for Thailand. All right, this is not a. All right, thank you, William. Well, thanks, William, for answering Shan Liang. Sorry, yeah. Of course, you can't hear me. You can't hear me. Ah, man. All right, guys. So the UCAR, yeah, I don't even see it anymore. So obviously, number one is under a dollar. That's number one. Still up 115%. Yeah, so if you're having chart problems, which, I think we're gonna have them periodically today, hopefully, maybe they'll get cleared up. They are aware of it. All you can do is hit that account button. Don't hit the account button and, hit reset, and you might have to do it several times, okay, and, like, rapidly. When I say several times, it might be 10 times, okay? Hmm. Sorry, guys, some internal emails. Just give me a moment, guys, okay? I've got something I have to do. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just, some internal emails. All right, what do we what's the time now? 9:15. So let me take a look at anything else happening. There's a lemonade. I wonder if this is an earnings play. It's not an earnings. Oh, man. Tandem could be interesting, guys. TNDM, not much volume yet. TNDM, not much volume yet. I see Piper Sandler upgraded them to with a target of 33. Okay, with a target of 33. Not that it's going to get there today or ever, guys. I know it's at 23 right now, but that's probably the reason. Excuse me for the move, but there's no volume yet. I don't see any other. Don't see any other news for that one. CSIQ, okay, Canadian Solar. This is an earnings play coming up actually in the 19th. So the high yesterday was 1930. Yeah, to me, between if it gets to 19, between 19, 1930, and then I mean 1956. I mean, there might have some room, a little bit of room. I'd like a lot more though when I look left to see. Don't want to see that next high that close. All right. Markets were up yesterday, and so far, the SPY is having a nice little run in the pre-market. Okay. So, with that in mind, let's take a look at some of the major ETFs. So, XLE, of course, is still strong. Oops. I think my keyboard's going to die. Just give me one moment. All right, guys. So, what I want to do now, let's take a look at the financial sector, XLF. Is it? I was hoping maybe get a bigger pop from yesterday, but no, still underneath the 200-day moving average. Yeah, James, you gotta. We're having problems. All I can say is we're having problems. I'm having problems too, James. We're talking about the charts. If you can see a count, instead of reloading trade ideas, hit that reset connection a bunch of times. And a bunch could mean 10. Okay. Nothing we can do about it. Well, we are trying to do something about it. The development guys, we had this issue last week. I think it's migrating to something. So hopefully by time the market opens at 9:30, we're good. IBRX on the move here, guys. IBRX. The again, all these little pockets that could stall. Take a look at retail, XRT, retail. Yeah, sliding. It didn't. Yesterday's action did not help. Sliding away from that 200-day moving average. Discretionary XLY continues. Yeah, underneath. So those are three major ETFs underneath the 200-day moving average, as well as see where tilt is. Like might know. That's four guys. So there are four of them underneath the 200-day moving average. Yeah, JJ, okay. General announcement, guys. We know we're having problems with the charts. The only thing you can do, hopefully, to fix it short term anyway, if you go to accounts in your toolbar, click on accounts in your toolbar, and hit that reset connection. You may have to hit it several times, and several again could be 10. Okay, I've been fortunate only a couple of times, but so if you lose your charts or you lose your details in your single stop window, they are aware of it. Okay, they, as in the development team, is aware of it. Really, my voice got really clear, okay? So, obviously I don't know what's going on. Do not know what's going on. Hopefully, the audio I didn't do anything. Honestly, I didn't touch anything, I didn't do anything. Okay, guys, so 9:21. Okay, guys, let's see, 9:22. I think I'll get my 9:30 layout up and running. Let's, cross my fingers that we'll have that's what happened last week, that just before 9:30, the charts were all fixed, so hopefully, that'll be the same. So far, so good for me. YDDL, why did I not see that one? I don't see YD oh, here it is, right there. Second on the list now, YDDL. Yeah, one in one green tech, okay, plans to enter, Greater Manila's area's e-waste recovery market, okay, and that's YDDL. Actually, it is not a crazy low float, it's 20,000,000 in the float. This is don't see I know we've seen this one before, but don't see too many, stocks out of the Philippines, like, literally, trade yeah, this is out of the Philippines. I did not recognize that flag. Volume is pretty good, 425,000. And there's a grand sum of 29,000 shares available. Now I'm wondering, anybody at, with Interactive Brokers, were you able to trade this one? Or is this one of those ones that they're gonna block us from trading it at all? Okay, guys, first thing I wanna do is, save my layout, and I'm gonna load my other layout. There you go. So cannot trade it. YDDL will not cannot trade it at, Interactive Brokers. Let's see if that's a good thing, Monica. Now, obviously, if you caught it early, but, let's see if that's gonna be a good thing. I know why YDDL is not showing up here. I think I've got, just give me a moment. I probably have the earnings per share. I do not have the earnings per share. This is ugly. Sorry. Yeah, that's why. So, well, it's probably a good thing, Monica. The only thing is they did have some shorts available, and you know what? It's interesting because when I looked, there were 12,000 shorts available. Now there are 28,000. Obviously, some short covering, and yeah. So I'm surprised if you can't trade it. The new dev has got more to do with the money machine, Ozzy, which is probably what you want. I haven't looked at it at all because I don't use it. So, but it's I think it's got some additional services to the money machine. Well, the volume is still putrid on CTRN. It's an earnings play. Only 18,000 shares are traded. It is still up 20%. So this LIDAR is on the move, guys. LIDR. So so it did break through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. I just don't know how much more it's got in it. It's up 48%. Well, Poe, if you're in the room, I'm sure you're looking, maybe you're not, but maybe you're looking at ALDX as a potential bounce play, hammering down. FDA said no go to their drug. An offering for WNW. You weren't in. You didn't hold that though, did you, Matt? Tell me you didn't hold it. Tell me you didn't hold it. Okay, good. $14 million. All right, guys, less than a minute for the 9:30 open. 17, nearly seven at $2 a share. So wow, way under now the uh, the offering price. Yeah, Johnny Bob, you're going to have to we all have to do it probably several times a day. Click on account. Okay, click on account and hit reset connection. You might have to do it several times. And I don't mean once or twice. It could be five or six, even 10 times. Okay. The development team is aware of it. Okay. I've had to do it myself a few times. Hoping, fingers crossed, that the 9:30 open will be good. All right, guys. So we are now open and let's see what's happening here. And again, I don't typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. LIDAR on the move, guys. LIDR is definitely on the move. Okay, for those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under a dollar, this one is on the move. Wow, 177%. LNAI is on the move also. Stock I don't trade under sub $1 stocks. Does it mean you shouldn't? Or wow, I'm taking a hit here. ALM. Let me see if there's any news on this one. It's not an earnings play. They have earnings coming up at the end of the month, March 26th, but it's not an earnings play. I don't know what's going on. Well, Monica, look at this. Okay, I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if we could have shorted it, but look at YDDL now. Thank you, IB, for not allowing me to buy this. That's what I'm going to say. And there are going to be some people out there that may have held this one overnight. Hopefully, nobody in this room, but the W1W. I don't try to tell anybody what to do, but I would never hold one of these little low float China stocks, even though it's not that low of a float overnight. I was going to mention this one in the pre-market. Shim, it was moving up. It was moving higher, winning at 256, but it's down now. Amazing, isn't it? It wins a $256 million infrastructure project in California and Texas. We don't care. Now we don't care. Upped it up, 381. Now it's giving it all up and more. I mean, now it's not just gone back to neutral. I mean, it's now negative. Okay, how's our SPY doing, guys? Our opening bar so far, we're having a nice rally still. EIAF on the move. The problem can be if I type. I want to see if this is going to be consistent. When I type a symbol in, as opposed to clicking on it. Well, I haven't seen this for a while, guys. The transportation sector is the top sector right now as we speak. Okay, as we speak. What's the weak one? There's really well. I mean, the weak one, gold. Everything is up. All the major sectors are positive from yesterday's close. Gold is the worst. It's only up 0.3%. But gold and silver are now, maybe they're settling down after, especially silver. We're waking up many days. Silver's up 6%, down 6%. So the nukes are alive, guys. SMR, it's lagging OKLO. OKLO had some specific news to it, but here's SMR. But I mean, look at the nukes. I mean, this was several months ago. SMR was a $58 stock. Down to $10 earlier this month. Wow. So this one had a big day yesterday, NBIS, but it must be down 8% or more. Just looking to see if there's any sort of news. I mean, there's news, but I mean, all these headlines look like they're positive. CrowdStrike and Nebius announced global partnership. Ah, it's the financing guys. So trading lower after the company announced a $3.75 billion proposed private offering. So it's kind of it's a financing. So that is the reason for the weakness in NBIS today. Wave Labs, can Ampex break 19? Sure. I haven't seen it today, but let's take a look. Well, it briefly did. So there's your answer. Can it stay above it? Not a lot of volume yet. Only 381,000 shares. Trying to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on it today. AMPX. And okay, give me a moment, guys. Still having a problem with that pie chart. So this is still halted, guys. So I mean, if you have the opportunity to trade this one, and if you happen to be in this one, it so it looks like the open is going to be 8:30 in this level. So it's halted at 771. This screen I'm showing here, this little window I'm showing here, this blue window, has nothing to do with trade ideas, and all to do with interactive brokers. This is time and sales with interactive brokers. There's your symbol, halt price in red, potential open in this column. That's why I don't chase, guys. Look at this. LiDAR up, 237, LiDAR down, back down to 2. So let's see if the VWAP holds it though, okay? LIDR, let's see if the VWAP can hold it. Here's your little, oh, where are you, Poe? I don't want you to accuse me of not telling you about this one. Here's ALDX, uh, crawling off that $1 level. Maybe you didn't hear me mention this one because this is your. There's the VWAP. Because I know you love to look at these ones. Ooh, boy, I'm missing out on some of these. It's a little early though, but okay, let's see this TME. I mean, this is it's at the high today. Okay, it's at the high. It's still down 14% TME. It's an earnings play. This morning I did see ACXP again. Let's see it right now. See what is it doing? That's what it's doing. So it got up, got up to 650, right back down to 5. Don't know what you mean by your channels, Frito-Lay. You mean in the channel bar or your layouts? I don't understand what you mean by your channels. How do I reset all my channels? You're not talking about the channel bar, obviously. I don't think you are anyway. The dock channel bar. I know you can create your own channel, 5 of them, and put them up here. So I don't understand what you mean. Yeah, you click on a chat, you click the channel bar. It's supposed to have certain alert windows. Don't know what you mean by that. All these channels, you cannot make any changes to them. You can make a change while you're in a channel, but once you leave it, it reverts. So I don't understand what you mean. So what? I think I understand now. So yeah, if you make a change in a channel, the change will remain while you're in the channel. But the minute you leave the channel, that's it. The reason being is that the fact you want the channels are for everybody. Okay, so the fact you want to make maybe a change in a price range you want to look at doesn't necessarily mean that what everybody else wants. So the channels are for kind of for everybody. So you haven't done anything wrong. All right, guys. Well, UCAR is above $1 again, and it's got halted again. So no big clue as to where it's going to open. No, I'm just saying that. Think of it this way. You know, your cable provider gives you the channels. Okay, you said, "Yeah, I don't like this AMC. I want to take it off." And you cannot make changes to the channels. Okay? Maybe that's a bad analogy, but the channels are for everybody. So the fact that if I go into the dock channel bar and I go into, here, I know I talked about the sector status. Okay, so if I looked at here's MCO at $445 and GS Goldman Sachs at 860. If I said, you know what, I don't want to see those ones. So yes, while I'm in the channel, I can go to price and just say, just show me in that channel stocks between 1 and 100. I can do that. Okay. So I'm only going to see stocks as long as I stay in that channel. But you cannot take this channel and make that change because the implication was that then you're changing for everybody and not everybody wants that change. Okay. So while you're in the channel, yes, you can. Now, if you want to make a change to something, if you wanted to find, if you, I'm just using this as an example, you could always right click and duplicate into free floating window and take it out. Okay. Okay. So you do understand now. Okay. But you could take it out and duplicate into free floating window. Okay. And then you can do whatever you want with this. You can incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay. I don't use backtesting at all. I don't have time. Uh, it's just that, yeah, I mean, it's fun to do. I used to do it a long, long, long time ago when I got the program in 2010. But most of our customers do not use the back testing feature. It requires a lot of time, patience, tinkering. It can be fun, but nothing stopping you from doing it. Okay. there's not, it's in the guide how to do it, but after that, it's up to you. Shoot, I'm missing out here, guys. I'm missing out on this one. EDSA. Reason I don't back test because if I took any one of my strategies and I not strat any one of my stands and I back tested them, they'd probably be terrible. Okay, I don't care. I want to see the alerts, and then I click on the alert, and then I see if I want to trade it or not. Here's Sarepta, guys. Sarepta's on the move, and the next high looking left is 1759. A little bit close. But then again, free to lay, nothing's stopping you from taking a strategy or creating an alert window that you think might work and then backtesting it. It's really that simple. When I say simple, I mean it's simple. It's simple enough, initial procedure, and then you want to get into the optimization of it all. And but even if there were people in here who were doing it, it wouldn't help you because, as I've explained quite a few times. I mean, you can backtest something and it might look good for a week or so, and then all of a sudden it degrades. So you get back to the drawing board. You might have to fiddle around, try to optimize it again, different price range, different time, and an Aussie spends hours. So even if I said, yeah, I do it, there's nothing I could help you with. But yeah, if you've got the time and the inclination, it can be a lot of fun. Okay, this is not too far for me. Spread is awful. SMX spread is awful. So remember what I'm looking for here. These are it was in powder blue. This is a stock that was down, closed at least 5% down yesterday. At least 5% down. Could be more, but is a positive today. And it doesn't have to be 24% positive. But look at there was the trigger for EDSA 608. Yeah. Now, could you buy Monica? Could you buy a UCAR at Interactive Brokers? No, this is going to go crazy. I know it's already gone crazy, but you know that when we looked at it the last time, it was halted at what 108 or something, and or 109, and it didn't really have a big change in the potential open in this column. Sort of like right now. See, it's halted at 127. No big clue as to where it's going to open. And I wish the Repta had a little bit more room to run until it hit those next highs. I'm talking about the SLPT. Well, I'm looking at some chopping plays, but with the market so far, until we get a downturn, which is not imminent, look at that wave. Look at that blue wave. Well, BIAF, guys, is now at $3. Is this shortable for me? And the answer is no, not shortable for me. Is it just kind of runs out of steam? So it's above that high of a couple of days ago, BIAF. Looks like the charts are okay now, guys. So anybody out there who's having a problem with their charts loading, or maybe even the profile or your single stock window, if you have it, just click on the account from the toolbar, click on account, and click that reset connection several times, perhaps. Okay, if one time does it, fine. But if not, click it a few times. That should rectify the situation. It's kind of what happened last week. All right. OCG, guys, could this do something? I mean, look at the weekly chart. Of course, no, no, this was not a $4,800 or $4,000 stock. Back in December of last year, no, it wasn't. Bunch of reverse splits. So that is reverse split adjusted. Um, where's the next high? 111. I just don't like looking left and seeing all these little highs. If the next high was up here at about 190, I'd probably, this is from our AI, I'd probably take some. But I just think that, we could get some stalling. Well, the oil services, excuse me, the oil services ETF, OIH, this is the top sector right now. Excuse me, just give me a moment. Well, you know what? Excuse me, God, what's wrong? Just give me a moment. All right. Sarepta, boy, I mean, it's holding its own right here. I just wish there was more room for it to run. There's that high right there. I mean, in theory, I mean, that's 1759. I mean, look, if somebody told me if I took it right now and I got up to 1760, I'd say, great. Just don't know if it's going to do that, of course. I always think of these highs. Anybody's in this now is looking at these highs and maybe getting out before. So agro, okay, I didn't realize this. Agro is an earnings play, guys. Agro is an earnings play. It had earnings after hours yesterday. Here is your reaction for agro, AGRO. This is out of another one of these. We're seeing a lot of these Luxembourg companies incorporating in Luxembourg for tax purposes. So, try to get some. See if it's going to pull back a little bit for me. Maybe it gets back to the top of this wave here. How many resets did you try, Brandon? Okay. I know it's frustrating, but how many did you try? Sometimes you have to hit reset connection several times. I mean, and when I say several, it could be 10 times. I've been fortunate. It happened to me in the pre-market several times. The charts were not loading. They're okay now for me, but you might have to hit reset. Hmm, really? Ah, I hate to ask you, but maybe you have to reload trade ideas. I mean, I hate to ask you to do that, but you might have to just reload trade ideas. See, it all depends on the server you're on too. You know, we have different servers. All right, so you're shorting tops. It sounds like you must be. Oh, I shouldn't say that because your strategy that seemed to be working better was shorting strategy, right, Ozzy? So are you shorting tops or what are you doing? Or are you going long? So long, all long. Okay. I'm hearing Oris, guys. It just got halted. Oris just got halted on the way up. Another one of these cheapies. Another one under a dollar. Now maybe it'll turn into a UCAR. Let's see. Where is UCAR now? 29 now. You know, it's funny. Well, not funny, but you know, when it had that pop in the pre-market and it had the big drop under a dollar, that looked like it was over. But nope, got up to 128, and then it came right back down to like 65 cents. I mean, basically cut in half. And then it just revved up his engines again, which is one reason why, Ozzy. I mean, I'm going to private message you. All right, guys, Java. Now, JVA right at that 200-day moving average. Okay, JVA right at the 200-day moving average. It is actually an earnings play. We have it on the 25th, but it is an earnings play. Okay. Yeah, OCG looks like a bus, guys. I'm just looking at it now. It cannot hold over a dollar. Oh, did you take my investment advice? Look at the ALDX now. Okay, so now it's over the VWAP, and it's I mean, it had horrible news. I mean, the FDA basically rejected their drug, so that's why the catastrophic drop. But like a lot of these, they just seem to you're going to find people out there like Poe. Okay, good. All right, guys, it's 10:03, so I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Now, today may be the last time for the promotion, 25% off. The email says it's over tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. Now, some days sometimes it is extended for a day, but don't count on it. So, if you're looking to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is a promo code you can use right now. Again, it may be over tonight. This was a St. Patrick's Day promotion. So, Barry 25, that'll get you 25% off the first month only, the first only. Okay, 25% off the first month only. Okay, please listen again carefully. The reason I always want to repeat this is because I cannot believe the number of emails that we get. How come I'm being charged more after that first month? Well, it's you'll get the discount if you take out a monthly subscription. You get the 25% or whatever the promo is off that first month only. If it were every month, then why would anybody take out an annual subscription? Okay, and of course, if you take out an annual subscription, you get 25% off an annual, and that's with both of our plans. We have a standard plan and a premium plan. The premium is basically the reason why somebody would take out our premium service is they want to have access to our AI. Okay, so all I ask is this: if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code in the future. I'm not talking about taking it out today, but anytime in the future. The reason being is that the company tracks the use of the promo codes. I moderate two trading rooms, so they don't mind keeping them free as long as if they see enough people using my promo code. Okay. And so if you're sitting at YouTube right now wondering what is he talking about, well, we do have two rooms. You're sitting in YouTube. That is one, and the other one is called the trading room. So you can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a room that has a lot more activity, interaction amongst other traders, come into the trading room. Couple other bonuses. This room was actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, it's not by me. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi. A little early for me. I live in Vancouver, so that's a little too early for me. But Obi does it. He lives on the East Coast in Boston, so he opens it up at 6:45. And then also when I leave, I usually leave sometime between about 2 and 2:30. William, no, I don't know what your plans are. I know you're a little under the weather yesterday, William, so I don't know what your plans are today. But William, many times will keep this room open until 3:45. So on most days, this room was open from 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time to 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. And if you keep scrolling down a little bit more, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You will get it. It's an email that you'll get. Excuse me, before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it, and it's free, so if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check the promotions folder. Okay. So first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, or if you're wondering about this product, if it's something you might want to try, click on the get into the education section, click on the more info, and you'll notice right here, getting started with trade ideas. Mandatory that you do this first if you're just taking out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas or you're wondering about it, though, I would start off with that second video. Go to the end. Should give you an idea about what the capabilities of the program is, are, and you can always try us for a month. Okay, if you don't like it, you let us know. Monthly subscriptions are just month to month. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. We have 15 videos, all free, if you're new to trading. Okay. And last, if you're looking for information that I'm currently sharing, they're not all scans, but if you click on do it again. If you click on the custom scans area, so you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So this is a race. Okay. This is the large cap gainers, start of the race. This is a race. This is a movers upside versus movers to the downside over here. This is the right here, up down 25% on big volume is right here. So what you can see, of course, you can have. I do have I do have more information that I am currently sharing. I don't have them all up and running. Here's another race, a much more volatile race right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. This is when we're talking about stocks getting halted. This is what we're talking about, but it's right here. And I have three other scans that I'm currently sharing, which I do not have up and running. Actually, these two, right? Actually, three, yeah. The momentum scan, gap scanner, and the Pepe combo scan. I don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm really trying to pare down the number of scans that I want. But some of you might rather look at a gap scanner, and that's fine. Now, all these scanners are customizable. Customizable in that, in this one right here, maybe you don't like my price range. Okay. You can always make changes to the price range or anything else. The fact that I want to see this sort of a price range doesn't mean you have to see the same thing. Maybe you want to add some filters. So here's Mosaic. I mean, Mosaic. Okay, so here's the issue again. A little bit slow, so I'm going to click on the reset connection a couple. Well, I just had to do it the one time. So remember what Mosaic's all about, okay? This is a fertilizer play, and of course, with the straight being whatever is happening now, this is what caused us to drop a couple of days, and then we had a drop of a couple of days, and now we're above yesterday's high, and that is Mosaic, MOS. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna I have a few charts from yesterday that I have loaded. I'm just looking to see if there's anything interesting happening. So, guys, I mean, this Java JVA. I mean, the good news. Well, if you're looking at it, I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. That's number one, big hurdle. That blue line there, my daily chart. JVA. It's actually an earnings play, even though we don't have it as an earnings play. Here's what it is. Now, the market. Are we going to start to fade now? Okay, so we had a nice little pop up to 674. There is, you can't see the VWAP, it's sort of buried in that blue wave. But now, obviously, the price is below the VWAP. Will this area hold though? The problem is, as far as I know, anyway, Webull is still a web-based, like it doesn't have a downloadable application, right? Number one, it's web-based. Is that correct? It's still it does. Um, I will say this: they have added alpaca. I have no idea what the plans are for. I don't think there are any plans for Webull though. Now, when you say adding Webull to their list of broker partners, what do you mean by that exactly? Because remember, now I am surprised then because let me ask Chris. So you're saying that Webull does have a downloadable application? Okay, let me ask Chris because he sort of knows. Is this something new, relatively new, or because I know? Oh, really? Okay. Well, let me ask Chris then. All right. Let me see what Chris says. Okay, he's sort of our because he gets the questions a lot. Because if it's a downloadable application, then most of the time, if you click on new tools and external linking, you can establish a link between in the product. Oh, I see. The API just wasn't public. Yeah. Well, listen, anything's possible, Ian. I see. The API just wasn't public. Okay. Let me. So listen, I mean, we have our hands full just adding. I know it took a long time to get TradeStation done, so I have no idea. I really don't know if there's any plans right now. But the big deal, it will be, to be able to externally link to it now that their API is public. You could try. I mean, now if you're saying the API is public, you can try on your own to see if you can establish a link. You know how to use. You just click on tools, external linking, follow these instructions, add link, okay, and then go to maybe the order entry in Weibo, like what it's saying here. So put your pointer in the order entry, and then hit the shift key and see if you can establish a link. You may have to use a rule, but the beginning is cut off or alternate method. But you can just experiment yourself. Okay. Understand again, understanding nobody care, nobody. Well, we are work. I mean, at least Interactive Brokers and Alpaca certainly we've been working with for years now. But that's what I would try just to establish the link. Okay, linking is great. Okay, I mean it's a big time saver. Um, if you're talking about linking it, within Brokers Plus and having it be one of those brokers that are added, that I don't know. Okay, understanding you don't have to use Brokers Plus. I'm just talking in general now. Okay, I think people they some people literally think that they must use Brokers Plus in order to use trade ideas. And of course, that's nothing could be further from the truth. Trade ideas, first and foremost, is a scanner. You can use trade ideas with any broker you want. It's just that the ease of linking means that when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry, into my broker's platform, and from there I trade it. For somebody like myself who is clicking on many alerts all day, symbols all day long, I mean, it would be a real pain if I had to type it in. That's what linking does. So it's got nothing to do with brokers or brokers plus. Okay, sorry guys, a lot of internal emails here. So here's lidar, guys. So lidar now is okay. Here's agro. I mean, I wish agro had more room. I mean, I saw this one, seen this one. I just wish it had a little bit more room. That's from our AI. Well, that would be the broker, of course, Ian. Right? I mean, that would be your broker. It's got really nothing to do with trade ideas in terms of the faster execution. I mean, unless I'm misreading what you're talking about. I mean, I don't use. I mean, okay. If you're talking about using hotkeys, I mean, I've never used hotkeys. I mean, Interactive Brokers has hotkeys availability. I've never used them. Um, I guess I've never really thought, man, I wish I had faster execution on something. But I understand everybody has different trading styles, so or there are a lot of different trading styles out there. So I do get it. Yeah, and that will be the broker, right, Steve? I mean, in terms of spreads, nothing you can do about that. In other words, it's nothing to do with trade ideas. It's going on. All right, guys, let me try to concentrate on something here. Let's see, LIDAR, LIDR. Java just won't go. JVA just will not go. I mean, it's just hanging in this area over 4. Wow, look at oil services, guys. This is a big move for this is the ETF for oil services. This is a big move. Big, big move. Which well, these China stocks, I mean, I would never hold overnight. I would intraday trade them, no problem. If I get the right setup, and I'm allowed to. It seems that Interactive Brokers is preventing a lot of that now, um, but I would never hold any one of those overnight. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and I'm going to click on Doc Channel Bar, and I'm going to click on Show More, and scroll down to the sector status. Well, let's see what's happening. So here are the sectors in this top list window. These are the sectors that we are following. Okay, so right now, as I said before, OIH top sector up 3.3. That's a big, big move. 3.3% from yesterday's close. Okay, 78% of the ones that make up this list are above yesterday's close. Let's scroll down. What's the weakest one? So XLI, industrials, down 0.4%, silver, gold, these are the weakest ones. They're not tanking or anything, but these are the weak sectors right now. So right now, I would not, unless if you want to trade a silver or gold play, why would you do it? Unless the stock has some news on its own. Otherwise, basically stuck. Okay, but there's the OIH. Now we don't have every single sector in these charts, but we have I think we have 11 of the major sectors here. So let's take a look at some of them. So here's energy. Energy, XLE, 100% are above stocks that make up XLE. 100% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay, leading the charge is Halliburton, 4%. Big move. I mean, that's a big float. 833 million in the float. Okay, what's the worst one? Would be positive still, but barely. PSX up 0.5%. Consumer staples, 76% are up. There's BG up 2.7%. But I think even more interesting, what is running counter to the market? HSY down 1.6%. So I would always just click to see or check to see maybe it's an earnings. This is Hershey's, right? Yeah. So is it an earnings play? It doesn't appear to be an earnings play, but maybe they have some news because it's kind of running counter to what its overall sector is doing. Same thing with technology. The big one, FICO. What is FICO? Fair Isaac Corporation. Okay, what a very pricey stock, up 5.6%. Look at the look at the float, 23 million in the float first. Yes, $1,200. What's the worst one though? I mean, here's GLW down 3.2%. I mean, the Corning. I mean, I don't know if there's any specific reason on it. It's not an earnings play, but can you see what you can do? Some of you, I don't say this every day, but some of you might be looking at this and going, wow, this is how I'm going to use trade ideas. I'm just going to check out what the top sector is, what the bottom sector is, and then maybe pick a couple of the sectors and just follow them. By picking now, you can do now. So Frito-Lay earlier, you can you can adjust anything within these channels. In like I said, okay, here's MCO. I use this as an example. Okay, if I went right click and configure, and I went to specific filters and the price, I said, you know what? I really only want to see stocks between 1 and 100. You can do that. That MCO is going to disappear, which was a $400 stock. Okay, so it's gone. Okay. So that's fine. As long as you remain in the channel, you can make any changes. And, that obviously you just saw the change has taken effect. As long as you remain in the channel. But the minute you leave the channel and come back, if you came back, change is not saved. Why? Because these channels are for everybody. So the fact that maybe you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean everybody wants that same change. Now, if today is a day in which you wanted to follow the financials, maybe you pick a couple of the sectors that you want to follow all day long. All you have to do is right click and duplicate into free floating window. And then it becomes a free floating window. Then you can take this and do whatever you want with it. Create the price range you want, maybe a minimum volume that you want, maybe relative volume, add whatever filters you want. So you can customize it. You could do that with every one of these, okay? And maybe you save it because on certain days, maybe you want to see an individual sector, depending what's happening. So you could do that. You go through the exercise of customizing it. So again, that's just an idea. Okay. Okay. So here's now. It may not be still fast enough for you, but you can link. Okay. You need to use the trend spider rule. Okay. So anybody with Webull, we do link. Again, what linking means, tools, external linking. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. So when you add the link, you click on add link, and this is grayed out for me right now. Okay. So you would add the link, follow these instructions, put your pointer, your mouse pointer right, probably in the order entry, and then rules will become ungrayed for you. You'll see a drop down, hit the drop down and use the trend spider rule. Okay. And then you are linked. So when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your Weibo platform. Okay. And from there, you're going to trade it. Now, if that 1 to 3 second delay is too much for you, then you must be really, really trying to scalp or something. Again, but at least we do link. Okay, we do link using the external linking tool. And to be honest, I don't know if it'll be any faster even if we link using Brokerage Plus, because it really, I don't know if it'd be any faster. Okay, I mean, when I click on a symbol, it's immediately there. We're right in my. I mean, it's almost split second. There you go. So what Pepe is saying, there's usually slippage with Brokerage Plus also. So you're not going to get around that, even if somehow they spent the time to figure out a way to use Brokerage Plus and Webull. Okay, so at least now you can establish a link. Thank you, Pepe. As always. All right, Saidu guys, Saidu. Where's the next guy here? 231. Too close. Too close. Yeah, I mean the scanning is awesome. I mean, we're not, we do get people a little. I see all the emails that come in. Okay, we don't have absolutely everything that everybody, no, every single trader out there wants. Okay, in terms of filter values, or filters, or real-time alerts, but for the vast majority of our customers, we're giving them what they want. Shoot. I like this CADL. I just wish it had more room. Again, when I talk about more room, I'm looking left to see where the next high is. Had it been up here, around the 550 mark, I might have been convinced to maybe take some of this, but I just can't do it. Okay, guys. Well, we still have that little battle around the VWAP for the SPY. Okay, you see that it's hard to see, but that little purple line is now right around the current price. Let's see if it's still going to act as a bit of resistance moving higher, or is it going to pop through? Well, you guys have been talking about Craig, CREG, and yeah, I'm sorry, Obi, I saw you posted that, but I didn't have time to click on it. What's the float like? 19 million. So anybody going to hold this overnight? Try to stock, guys, through the VWAP. Sorry, through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, no, you're not, Monica. You are not. I forbid it. And if you do, and it crashes on you, don't look for any sympathy in this room. course, the problem with what I'm saying is that you're saying, well, the guy said not to hold this overnight, and you wake up tomorrow and it's at 10. Oh, I don't know. To go to four decimals, Vitas. Okay, I will pass that on to Chris because I don't know. Can you go to four decimals like a 0.5506? Okay, I don't know the answer to that, but I'll pass that on to Chris, see if I can copy this. And it means, and it, you must be buying a whole, like a lot of stock. Okay, so that, 0.5506 instead of 0.55 means a big difference to you, or makes a big difference to you. You must be trying to buy a lot of shares because, you know, it shouldn't make that much of a difference, but I'm going to ask, okay? So in other words, can you extend that to four decimals? I've asked the question. I have no idea. Okay, I've asked the question to Chris. He should know. You are welcome, Poe. So it doesn't appear so, Vetus. Okay, I mean it just doesn't appear so that you can have four decimals, unless Pepe knows. I don't use this at all. Okay, so to buy and sell from the chart, I don't know if you can. Okay, you cannot. Thank you, Pepe. So the answer is no. Okay. Okay, so RAM. On a percentage basis, I'm not sure. Certainly, you can limit the spread to a dollar amount, but let me see if you. I don't know if you can do it on a percentage basis. See the spread, you can limit it on a dollar amount, okay? Which I know, obviously, a spread of 10 cents on a on Apple is not the same as a 10-cent spread on a $1 stock, but it appears that you cannot. You can only do pennies, okay? So if you put 10 cents, you could put max 10 cents or 5 cents. Yeah, doesn't appear so. Okay, sorry. And again, I understand why you might want that. It depends on the price, right? Well, sorry, VTAS, that is the limitation. Well, just by using the pennies. I mean, that's the only way. If you want a very tight spread, I mean, you have to use the penny. But you've obviously looked at that. The problem also is give me an example of one, okay? Okay, what one? Because the problem can be also, even if you use the percent, even if you could use a percent, now probably on a like a high price stock like Apple or Microsoft. I don't know. I don't. Are you talking about the lower price stocks though, or just very in general? The reason I say that is that even if you use the spread filter, the lower price, okay. Even if you use the spread filter, okay, well then you can try the pennies because that would make a lot more sense. At the time of the alert, let's just say you use, okay, I only want to see stocks that have a maximum of a 5-cent spread. Okay. Let's say you did that and you get an alert. At the time of the alert, that it would be 5 cents, but doesn't mean that half a second later it could expand to 20 cents. Okay. The spread filter would be a lot better if it was if it somehow was able to use an average over, say, the last hour or something even, okay? Because 'Cause I've seen that. I tried that, I said, "Okay," you get some kind of a, bad spread, something I think is a bad spread, and I think to myself, "Well, why don't I just use the spread filter?" And yeah, at the time of the alert, the spread will be exactly what you want it to be, but doesn't mean that half a second later it will be, expanded again. Well, Vitas, you know what? You can always go info at trade-ideas.com and make a suggestion. I'm not saying it'll happen, but okay. But you must be buying a lot of shares then, okay? Such that getting in at 0.5506 makes a big difference than getting in at 0.55. You must be buying a lot of shares, which is fine. I mean, I understand all sorts of different trading styles. So, what a nice bounce for ALDX. Seriously, that was a nice bounce off a dollar. So what's happening with the spy guys? So you can see there's that little war going on right here, battle around the VWAP right here. Yeah. So for a low price stock, I mean the percent won't really matter. I thought you were talking about. I mean the idea of using a percent on the spread to me made sense if you're also trading high price stocks versus low price stocks. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So it's a limitation because not all brokerage APIs will support this, 1 to 4 decimals. So it's really maybe got nothing to do with trade ideas, VTAS or BITAS. Kingsport, Tennessee, okay, I don't know where that is, but I'm sure it's a beautiful place. Is it close to Nashville or been to Nashville a couple of times? So not really close, okay. So sorry, Vitas, sorry we can't help you there, but I guess it is a limitation. Wait, whoops. Mhm. Well, Lunar's on the move here, guys. LUNR, definitely on the move here. Anybody out there want me to go over this race that you're seeing here? This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap version. Anybody want me to go over this? All right, so Todd, you're buying. Okay, so OKLO. There's that. I want to see what OKLO is doing. That, of course, is the. So you're buying the ETF, and you are buying it looking for a bounce. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously. You're long, yeah. So you're looking. You're hoping that OKLO recovers a little bit. There's the VWAP up here at 63. I mean, it's still up for the day, not up as much as it was, of course, but so it looks like these SAT communication stocks, Lunar, TSAT. I think there was another one that I saw. I think SIDU, SIDU. They're on the move today. These little space communications, they are on the move. So if you're talking about the graph, this is just telling you the rapidity. If you're talking about this graph, I sort of don't even pay attention to be honest, Brian. I almost wish I could just get rid of it, but it's just telling you the rapidity of the alerts that are happening. Okay, so if you look at the, you can sort of see this. It says alerts per second. So right here, there were almost one alert per second. So the rapidity of on the on the upside. Okay, and whereas down here at the same time, the rapidity of red alerts was a lot lower. But that's what it means. I really don't pay that much attention to it. I'm paying way more attention to, of course, the ticker. But that's basically what it means. Beginning of the day, of course, usually this is, a lot more alerts are happening right on the open. And this is just taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. Just the idea of this. Just a different way of presenting our data. So here's the green data, and this is what it's looking for. So this is what it's looking for. So a new high of the day works in the pre-market and the post-market. So as long as the filter values are met, 50 cents and $30, etc. So we have a flip function. A lot of people don't even know that. So if you wanted to see this but flipped, in other words, okay, show me stocks that are not making new highs but new lows of the day, pre-market lows, etc. With the same filters, what will be flipped can be flipped. So you can flip stocks where the price was up at least 2%. You can flip that to down at least 2%. Everything else will remain the same. You can't flip, number of shares. So watch what happens. And basically take two competing scans and running them off against each other. Which scan is producing more. So if I look at the configure this one, see what I mean? See how these have been flipped. See the stock was down at least 2%, and the new low is here. Okay. Mm, I've been asleep at the switch here, guys. Look at the aggro. This is from our AI. I was staring at it earlier, and I just lost sight of it. And a really nice one now. See how it was just kind of meandering for a while, and then all of a sudden, look at the volume coming in, popping it up. The alert was at 12:17. Now we're at 12:46, and this is an earnings play, so we'll have to see what happens later. The high is right there. The monthly high is right there at 12:51. That could stall it. This is shortable for me, so I'm going to watch this one to see if that 1250 really stalls it. Oh, just give me a moment, please. Well, I'm not sure I can eliminate it. There might be an option, but I'm not sure I can actually eliminate it. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, I don't think there's an option. I'm looking at all these show points. Yeah, I don't think there's an option to. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't think there's an option to get rid of it. I mean, it's not that I don't. I mean, it is of some interest, I suppose, because all of a sudden, if you see a big spike, and you know that there's, the ones in the scan anyway are really producing, uh, rapidly. I suppose I can look at it like that, but I don't really pay that much attention to it. Pepe's probably going to tell you, "Oh yeah, you don't have to have it up." But I don't see any. I can't even get rid of the show points. I don't even know what that. Understand that. Okay, well there you go. But I don't even know what this is doing now. Now I'm going to clear it. Okay, so you can always start off. So at the beginning, remember this was running. Actually, it was running right at 9:30. Okay, so if you clear it, so at the beginning of the day, I mean, the market might have been ripping higher, like it was. But what if all of a sudden the market really started to move down? If you cleared it, you would probably see a lot more red. So now it's starting. Now it's starting anew. Okay, you know what, guys? Maybe keep an eye on TME. Maybe for a bounce. Okay, TME. Maybe for a bounce. I mean, it's still drifting down. It's an earnings play. Had three great days. I mean, it just ran, but then earnings today got hammered down 20%. Excuse me. It's a big move. It has 700 million in the float, so that is a big move down. Maybe this 12 level. Maybe what's the next low looking left? I mean, the next lows. I mean, on the monthly chart, a little around the 12 level. Maybe that will. Maybe this is the bounce area. So I'm going to put a price alert around 12, 12, higher than that, I guess. Maybe at the top of the wave, okay, 12, 18. See if it has any sort of bounce in it for the TME. So silver is starting to again drift down a little bit more, guys. Silver SLV. Are you talking about CREG, Monica, or CRCG? First of all, let's see if there's a CRCG in the end. Oh, I see. Okay, so you're talking about you are. Oh, well, but this is pretty good. So this is the two-time ETF for CR Circle, CRCL. Of course, PJ. The best thing about him was he was always in awesome shape. Exactly. CC is Shamur. Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful VWAP play this actually turned out to be, isn't it? I mean, look at Craig, CREG, popped up, pulled back. There's the VWAP. VWAP acted as support in this particular case and just really accelerated off the VWAP. Going to see if there's any news on this one. I think I looked. I don't see any news on it. Is the China stock 34 million is traded? Not a crazy low float, 19 million. All services is still the leading sector, guys. OIH is drifting down just a little bit, but still up 3.3%. That's the biggest move I've seen for something like this. Market is still hanging around the VWAP. Well, the SPY is, of course. I'm just looking at the SPY, but everything is up still. The SPY's up, Dow's up, Qs are up. Yeah, CC has won 5 races. Has a little bit of room still. Well, actually, a lot of room on the weekly chart anyway. Let's take a look at the daily. On the daily, 2028 or so. So it's getting fairly close. If you wait for a 20 break, like I would, it's pretty close to that next high. So I won't be taking that. Well, it depends on your trading style, 162, anything to buy. This is not a room where anybody's going to tell you what to buy or sell. But I mean, what sort of experience do you have trading? When you say just join, are you talking about just join trade ideas or just join this room? 162. Okay, this is open, guys. This open SWMR open. Okay, this is a cheap IPO. SWMR just opened on 18th. It was priced at $5. This is not the direct. It was the other one. So as we speak, there's some enthusiasm about it. But how many shares? 135,000. It's going to go wow. So it just got halted. Open 1375 is the halt. Yeah, 1375 is the halt, and potential open at 15 level. So this is crazy. This one right now. For CC, well, the next high in the weekly is 2141. So say a dollar and a half away. Now that I mean, whether that's resistance or not, but that is the next high. And right after that is 21. So in this area, I mean, there are a couple of highs sort of in that area. Well, are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? 162. This is a Trade Ideas trading room. Okay, so what I demonstrated is the use of trade ideas to generate ideas, but that's what they are. They're ideas. So again, are you a member of Trade Ideas? It's okay. You're allowed to be in the room. If you're not, it's a free room. So I mean, people are we're talking about different ideas all day long. Depends on your trading style. If you're brand new to trading, this is not going to help you. Nobody's going to tell you, okay, take this stock right now. I'm not trying to be negative, okay, but that is trying to be real. If you have no trading experience or just minor, if you don't know how to read a chart, then it's really not going to help you. But had you been here earlier, we talked about this ALDX got hammered down. It's still down 67%. Got hammered down. Bad news from the FDA. Said, well, some might look at this and say, okay, $1 is going to hold it. Okay, we could have taken some here. I mean, that was a great run from a dollar up to $1.50. But that may not have been something you would want to do. And I'm not telling people, yes, everybody should pile into this one at a dollar. Okay, it's just an idea. But again, are you new to trading? Oh yeah, I know. Well, I know of him. He runs a pay room, I think. Well, this Java just will not. I mean, guys, there is a chance, of course, that Java might break out. It is an earnings play. I mean, looking at the monthly chart, 487. But again, looking at this, I mean, there is room. Even on the weekly chart. Okay, didn't move. 489. Sorry, 470, 480 or so was the next high. So I mean, it's an earnings play. I mean, possible it's hanging over the VWAP. Okay, just looking at this top 10 list is okay. So here's Rivian, guys. So Rivian now is breaking down below the VWAP. So this might be an interesting short. Where is the next low on the daily? Well, first of all, you got here 1492 is the 200-day moving average. Tons of shorts available, of course. 5 million in the Interactive Brokers. Market is starting to drift down a bit. It's just barely under the VWAP, guys. 1566, 1567. I want to watch. This gets into the 1550s. I'm going to probably take this as a short, just to clear that VWAP a little bit more. Again, not a recommendation. Do the same thing. Yeah, I mean it's a crazy one. Haven't seen a crazy one like that for a while. One of these China. And you see what happened. Somebody asked yesterday. Oh, wait a minute. Am I right? Not in this case. Okay. Many times in this halt resumes, it's going to show up for the first time if it's an IPO as a resume. In this case, no. And let me. I forgot to actually see. Actually, this is a U.S. stock. This is a U.S. stock. I thought it was going to be, and that's why when I looked at my notes, I didn't see anything. Uh, Typically, if it's a China stock or outside of the U.S., I put the note in. But this is actually a U.S. stock. We are headquartered in Austin, Texas, but we also maintain operations and teams in Ukraine, ooh, Poland, and Estonia. Interesting. Okay, in the compare count window, would you know what filters alert I would need to have plot which shows stocks above the open? Well, yeah, you could take whatever's in that compare count window right now, okay, and add. I'm gonna type in. I'm talking to Kishore in our YouTube room. So the change from the open, okay. So if you want to make sure the stock is above the open, so you just find this filter, change from the open, okay. Use it, add the filter, and again, add the filter, change from the open. So you just put, whatever minimum you want that to be, and that as a filter. So everything you're going to see would be above the open, and you put a negative number here if you want to see if the sort of the compare count, stocks below the open. So instead of no, you can still use the new highs and new lows of the day, but at least you'll know if the stock is above the open or below the open using this change from the open. But also, yeah, that's what I would do. Okay. Well, it depends what you want to use for your alert. I mean, there's no, it's just a filter. Okay. It is just a filter. So, I mean, you could use a new 5 minute high or a 5 minute low if you want. Okay. I mean, it's up to you. I can't tell you exactly what filter you're going to use. The new high and the new low of the day, or you can use a new 5 minute high, 5 minute low. See how many alerts you get. Okay. You just have to pick whatever alert you really want. And any alert will work, of course, but you have to, it probably is experimentation. Um, the channel bar come with, oh, I know Pepe knows. I think there is a description of what these channels are all about. I mean, they're named in theory. Well, not in theory. Most of them, obviously, pre-market, after hours, stocks going down. Um, Ask them to get rid of this watch list. Swing picks. I mean, most of them are named weed watchers, cannabis plays. Okay, sector status. Most of them are named so that they make sense. Okay, unusual option plays. Most of them are named so they do make sense. I hope metals and mining, nuke plays, quantum plays. Okay, it's just looking at different different sectors. Okay, but is there a channel descriptor? Probably somewhere, but I just don't know where. Doug, channel descriptions. Yeah, the problem is this. Yeah, this is old. But, well, most of them are here, but the problem is some of them are here that are not in the dock channel bar. But I think most of them are here. Okay, so if you click on, is that what you meant? If you click on tools, where do I see it? Okay, guys. So there's Rivian on the way down. Where the heck did I just see it? Oh, okay, click on help. Okay, phew. Click on help and channels descriptions. Okay, and this is what's going to happen. You're going to pop up here. I think most of everything is here. Okay. At least they've got rid of most of the cutesy names, Doug. Okay, they used to name these channels in a very what they thought was a very cute way, and of course we'd have to be answering questions all day long. What does that mean? What does that mean? So at least most of the channels are named, so they should make sense at first glance. All right, guys, it's 11:23, so in about 40 minutes from now, I'll be on a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. He's the originator of the trades of the week, so you can ask him questions about the trades of the week if you want. No screen sharing? You know why? No? Okay, thank you, Pepe. Accidentally closed it down the tab. That's the only problem with having tab-based or, I guess, web-based. Just give me a moment. Sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I mean, I accidentally, shut down the tab or close it off. So that is why that happened. Yeah, better that than some room error as such. I'd rather it be my error. Well, this NBIS really taking a hit today, guys. Down now over 10%. They did a financing, so it'd be interesting to watch NBIS tomorrow. Okay, NDIS. It is down now 11.7%. Big run yesterday. What did they do the financing at? They raised 3.7. See, I don't know how to read this, William. I don't know if you want to. I don't know how to read this. Well, I know how to read it, but most of the time when we see these financing, there's some kind of a financing price. So I don't know how to interpret this. The 3.75, there isn't a lot. 3.75 billion through a convertible loan. I guess you might have to dive into it a little more. See, is there a certain price? Because this has dropped like $15. So Vitas, I'm sorry. I have no, I mean, I don't use chart trading at all. Okay. So I apologize. Um, Chris Steve may know. He's going to be showing up in about 30 minutes from now. Definitely Chris will know, how to put a stop loss on the chart when you've already in a trade. I think I haven't, I probably should reacquaint myself with it, but I just don't know. I don't use chart trading at all. Okay, I don't use Brokers Plus at all. But let me just see. I mean, I think in Brokers Plus you can just add the stop. You must know this because you've been using it. Just give me a moment. So if I wanted to add a stop to this, well, I already got a stop in here. Okay, let me take a trade. This is in the simulator. Okay, not bad. I guess I should have done it for real. Give me a moment. So let me just take a trade here. Hopefully this is going to work because sometimes. Okay, so I'm going to take. I'll take 500 shares. This is just in the simulator. 500 shares. Go in at the. Okay, I'm sending it now. Want to add a stop? Why can't I add a stop? Oh, it's because I didn't. Okay, why can't I add a stop? Well, I'm going to have to figure that out. I don't even know. I mean, I used to use have the stop order. Can't help you right now. I can't help you. Thought it was just as simple as I don't know why it's grayed out. I haven't used this for a while. I'm so sure that I used to be able to just click on it. Now I add the stop order, and that's it. But it's grayed out for some reason. So got to be something going on that this is probably about the fourth or fifth iteration of Brokers Plus since I looked at it last. Well, why do I have a stop? You know what it was? Yes, yes, okay. It was jumping around on me. Thank you. It was jumping around on me. See how ACR was up here and then down here. Okay, so I just have to make sure I'm on the one I just took. Thank you, Pepe. So now, soon I just add the stop order. Okay, so it would appear on the chart. So if I want to put a stop order at I don't know 230, it should appear on the chart, and then I think I can just yeah. If I here's a stop right there. Okay, so I can always adjust it, move it up and down on the chart if I want. Okay. Phew. At least that, I mean, what was happening, of course, they both started with A, and I thought I was on the airs, but I wasn't. Okay, Vetus. So, I mean, it seems to be fairly simple. If you go to Brokers Plus and just add the stop order, which is grayed out now, but now on the chart, I can always move it up and down, whatever I want. Market is still hanging around the VWAP area. The SPY is anyway. Market is still hanging around the VWAP area. So, Vetus, does that make sense? And the target, of course, the same thing. I should have. The target, you could add a target. So if I wanted to on here, I could put a target, add target order. You're talking about, I'll put $3 and it'll show up on the chart. Rivian, I almost got into it, guys. I was saying I wouldn't mind taking it as a short if it got into the 50s, and it got, I think it would have get to the 50, 60, sorry. But the 1569 was just about, then I, of course, I noticed that there is the VWAP, so decided not to take it right there. I'll have to put a price alert underneath the VWAP. Maybe that'll, especially if the market continues down now, okay? We're starting to get a little bit of a drift down. Looking to find a short. Ooh, TME now. You know what? TME just broke underneath 12. This, all right, guys. Well, TME could be interesting now. I mean, it's underneath 12. Interesting as a short. Now, the next low looking left on a monthly chart is around 1172. So there's a little bit of room there. And with the market moving down, this is also an earnings play. Poet is moving down too. Too late. Son of a gun. I saw this one a little earlier on that VWAP break, but it's a little too late now. Poet, which just had a great 4 day run, now a 3 day run down. Moment, guys. All right, guys. Let's see. TME is moving down a bit. I don't expect. I'm in this. Okay. I don't expect a big run, but Now Rivian is doing this. Well, let's see. Now very tied into the market now, guys. I think we're going to see a lot of stocks, probably that have topped out and maybe starting to move down with the market. Okay. Now TME, the next low is 1172. So got to be aware of that. It's on the monthly chart. Probably have to watch the market and hopefully the market helps drive something like, I mean, this is trading on its own anyway. I mean, it's an earnings play. TME is an earnings play. It was already down a lot, but with this market drop probably not helping. You know what, guys? Guess what's picking up steam now? Silver. Silver is starting to pick up some steam on the downside. Last time we looked, it was good. It was up here, but now it's down 2.6%. So it is starting to pick up steam on the downside. And that is silver, SLV. Let's take a look at a silver play just out of curiosity. PAAS. That's a fairly big one. It must be moving down. Yeah. Some of the cheaper ones. Let's take a look at SVM moving down. Yes. EXK, another one moving down. Yes. So some of the like this would be a great list to look at right now for potential shorts, guys. Remember, these are large cap stocks that were near the high of the day. Okay, well, they have to be in this list at the beginning. They had to be at the high, near the high of the day. But now look what's happening to all these. So some of these large cap stocks. So this is a great list to maybe pick off some potential shorts, assuming the market keeps doing this. And you can see exactly what's happening. These are large cap stocks that were up, yes, but now market is starting to drift down. So now these stocks are still near the high of the day. Now this is SLB, Schlumberger, which is oil services, I guess. BKR may be the same. It's another. Well, these are all energy stocks. Okay, SMA. What do they do? It's a REIT, more of a REIT. X-ray is certainly not an energy stock. So for whatever reason, X-ray is moving higher. CNK though is actually what I'm saying. Cinema, really? But you can see these stocks are now moving counter to the market. Large cap stocks moving counter to the market. Now we sort of understand why Mosaic is, but some of these stocks that won races earlier in the day probably are in fade mode. Whoa, BCRX. Boy, this is a big one yesterday. Big one yesterday. I think it had some news. This is now at 9. Well, it's kind of fun to see this. We haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. One of these very cheap IPOs with very few shares outstanding. Okay. And here it goes. I mean, it just got halted again. Potential open at 25 from 2077. Not a lot of volume. I mean, 474,000 shares. It's certainly not trading millions, but I wasn't even watching to see what the spread was like. I mean, you can't tell right now, now that it's halted. 39. I will almost guarantee it's not going to open at 39. What do they do again? I know they it's something to do with Ukraine, Poland, and Estonia. Even though they're headquartered in Austin, Texas. Well, guys, if you want this economic calendar, this is what I use. Oops, not the economic calendar. Give me a moment. The IPO calendar. I'll put that in all the rooms so you guys can take a look at that if you want. This is what I use to track IPOs. So here's the SWMR, okay, and so you can click on it, and then you can see autonomous warfare. Wow, okay. Trident embedded drone operating system. We're headquartered in Austin, but maintain operations and teams in Ukraine, Poland, and Estonia. So that's probably the big reason. Okay. Let's see if let's see on the calendar. So that did actually open. Okay. And see if this one is going to open. So it looks like GMTL is supposed to open on Friday. Okay. GMTL. This is now a direct listing. It's not a typical IPO, not an IPO, a direct listing. So it's trading on London now, and it's going to be listed on NASDAQ. This is a big one, okay? This is this Janus listing or living. This is a big one. Why is it big? Well, look who's behind it. You have Bank of America, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, etc., Morgan Stanley. Quite a few shares, 37 million. IPO price between 18 to 20. So how can you tell if something is if there's some enthusiasm about it? Well, this was first of all, the SWMR, only 3 million shares, was priced at 5. But look where it opened and look where it is now. Obviously, there's some enthusiasm. So this one between 18 and 20, that's what it's priced at. If it opens at 25, then you know there's some enthusiasm. If it opens at 15, there isn't on the first day anyway. So you can take a look at this and kind of plan your week around IPOs. See if there's any other big ones coming up. Don't see any. It is. It definitely is, Monica. All right, guys. Well, as the TME gets a little bit closer to that 72 level, I think I'll take some off cover. Okay, just because of this. Here's the low right there of 1171 and 1171 and 1191. Well, 1171 and then before that 1161. So I think I'm going to take some off, even though like this is telling. If I had been in up here, I wouldn't be taking any off. Okay, but I wasn't. Look at the wave, how beautiful that is. Okay, look how beautiful that is. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. So yeah, getting back to the TME, I mean, look how beautiful, how I use the wave. I wish I'd been in this one up here. Just ride that wave down until you get a trend change. Now, the only reason I took some off, covered some, is because I was in, way later. Uh, but until that wave, until it turns to blue, or you get some big piercings of the wave with these bars, maybe to the top, like through the top. But that's how I use it. It's a great visual presentation if you guys want to know how to do it or how to add it to your. It's part of the standard service. So if you want me to tell you how to explain how to add it to your charts, I can do that. Well, it is again. It's exciting to see another one of these hit. I'm so surprised it's the U.S. Well, U.S. based company. Normally, we see this sort of action with China or Singapore or sometimes Malaysia, but not a U.S. based company. Well, I was actually thinking it might be a great bounce play, AJ. It was hanging around that 12 level for a long time. And I thought, you know what? It had a great 3-day run previous to this, just wiped out now, wiped all that out. But okay, maybe people up here will get a little enthusiastic about it. Maybe it was holding 12 for a long time. But when it did this, though, it broke down through 12. I thought, you know what? Why not just take the darn trade? Now, if it can get through, I just have my doubts it's going to get really. I mean, if it can get through 1172, then I mean, the next low on the monthly is 1030. I mean, I don't think it's going to get there, but market is still really trying to figure out if it wants to keep going down. Okay, and there's that VWAP up here. I'm going to put a price alert in the VWAP area and see if we get back up to that area. But, it's just sort of we've got a red, blue, red, blue. Well, did you take this one, William? This showed up on your scan, the ironwood. Did you take this on a bounce? Wow. It might have been too quick. The IRWD. Well, this is pretty ugly for this company. Earnings play for PRSO was pretty active in the previous 7 days or 6 or 7 days or so. It's an earnings play today, getting clobbered downwards now, 34%. No, Yeti's got nothing to do with, is this not an earnings play? Okay, Yeti's got nothing to do with oil, energy, as the thermoses, I call them thermoses, but probably have other things too, drinkware, travel bags, backpacks, etc. 38.37 is so it's got about a dollar to the 200-day moving average, the YETI. Okay, guys, put my announcement here. Waiting for Steve to show up. And here's the YouTube link. Okay. Just waiting on this TME, guys, to see if it can actually take out that 1172 mark. So CNK, sorry, is just over the whole number now, 27. Cinemark, why is Cinemark up? No, it's not an earnings play. It's a big, well, it's only 2.2%, but now this is getting right into the VWAP, into the 200-day moving average. Tons of shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers, 1.7 million. This is getting right into that 200-day moving average, which is at, well, it's probably right at 2704. So will this stall it? I don't see any news on this one. I mean, it probably, if I shorted it, probably wouldn't be a very dynamic one, but just looks like that 200-day moving average could stall it. Maybe have the VWAP act as a magnet, 2682. How's the Java doing? Boy, the JVA is just not wanting to move at all. Just right around the 410 to 415 mark over the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. Then it opened at 2387, and let's see. Let's watch to see if it's going to get halted. I wonder how quickly Interactive Brokers will have shorts available. Okay, I heard a little pop, so I think Steve is in our YouTube room. All right, guys, so Steve is in our YouTube room right now. Okay, so about an hour, we'll see you. And Mr. Gomez, good morning, Mr. Gomez. Maybe he doesn't have his mic on. I see you, Steve. Okay, can you guys in YouTube hear Steve? I cannot hear him. Can you guys hear him? Might be just on my end.
Well, I'm good now. I had to fix.
Oh, you're good now. Okay.
Yeah, I did a Chrome reset the other day, and it's been a couple of weeks since I've been in the StreamYard, so that's why I was fumbling around here.
Okay. Well, I see your mug, so that's okay. Working. So
my mug. Yeah, I got it all set. I should be
okay.
Good.
Okay. So I know 5-2 you want me to take over. I guess you had another one of your everlasting meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah, I'm about to catch up on today.
Okay. Okay, cool. Maybe a little earlier then I'll relieve you if you want.
It's up to you.
Okay.
No big deal.
Okay. I'll let you take over now.
Okay. Let me go to YouTube so I can get the questions. Hello. So Dan tomorrow will be in, and he's going to demonstrate something you might like. He's kind of playing around the way he does with the new style of race and the format. It was a filter that he had requested be built, and that filter essentially says minutes since the last new high. And so he's finding out in terms of dollars. And he'll show you tomorrow, but he's using like percent, and then he's using dollar for the sort to see which stocks are moving the most in dollars at the same time are moving in percent. And it's an interesting concept for entries in the money machine. So I'm sure you'll be tuned in tomorrow, and you can let him explain that to you better than I just did. So I was just chatting with Andy before I came on. There's not a whole lot to do. I think Oklo is a great example of what's been happening in this market. This is such a frustrating market. It's wearing out people who like to go long and hold for a few days, swing traders. I dare I say it's literally a bear market, stealth bear market disguised as just a flat market in the indexes. You know, these names that were once really interesting, they just can't buy a break, since February. Case in point, Oklo woke up to some good news this morning, and somebody out there had that on their portfolio, and they're using this moment to just slam it and maximize the best they can. As there are just so many sellers out there. So many charts look like this, where every attempt to rally is just absolutely squashed. But yet you've got the NASDAQ and the Qs just kind of floating sideways to drifting lower now. It's very perplexing. The SPYs don't look good at all. They're right up into the pocket, into the armpit of the 10 SMA and declining as we speak here. So, yeah, we're coming into the Fed day tomorrow, too. Oklo's reporting after market. Did I miss that? You're right about that, yeah. They got some sort of a contract or something decent, but every single name that was once popular 6 months ago, whether it's quant or energy or AI, this lunar has been extremely frustrating. It just won't go. Look at every single time it attempts to rally, it gets squashed. Rocket Lab was trying to do that today. Let's see if Rocket Lab was able to follow through. Probably not. It ran right into the 50-day. We'll see. But again, like I mentioned, Fed day tomorrow. It's a tough one. Okay, so Plug. Let's talk about Plug. I am participating in Plug. Technically, the trade of the week did not trigger. It needed to hit 233, I believe. And it came a few cents short of that yesterday. But I've been kind of working into it, and I bought some more off the 130 here. So I'm technically front-running the trade of the week. I'm still, hoping for maybe some sort of a change in what I was just discussing, meaning every attempted rally is squashed. I'm going to give it another whirl here and Plug, but I'll tell you, I'm not looking for new trades. That's what I was going to get to with Andy and I. I was just going to say, I'm not looking for new opportunities right now. Just a little worn out. I'm going to sit in a lot of the things that I'm happy to sit in, which is basically I've kind of shifted my 401k allocation from stock equities over to ETFs that mirror crypto. If we look at IBIT, actually, let's go to the trading view charts. And trading view. Let's go to like a 4 hour. Oh, interesting. So we can see a lot of volume has come in here and to XRP over the last 4 hours, and a lot of interest in Bitcoin as well. But not so much volume, just more price trade. So looks a lot different than the S&P and the Qs do. And so I've been sitting in XRP, I've been sitting in HBAR on the crypto side. But what I'm getting at is I'm sitting more in HBR, more risk allocation, I should say. The chart kind of doesn't do it justice because of all the 24-hour trading gaps. But sitting in XRPI. So a lot of my allocation is tied up in those. And also ABTC, which is a mining company that just can't get out of its own way, sadly. Check out, hey, how's it going, Paul? Check out CPER ETF. Drop some, but demand for, oh yeah, I'm really interested in copper. COPX was one I was looking at in terms of an ETF, but let's take a look at yours. CPER. Different allocation for sure. I wonder what's different about that. I like that. It's going sideways. FCX is a great name. That's going sideways. And TGB is another good name. So yeah, that CPER is probably a good reflection, more so than the COPX. I'm not sure. Oh, that's the miners. That's why. Thank you, Steve. Figured that one out. Yeah, so drop some, but for demand for copper. I think I'm fully bullish on copper, Paul. I'm with you on that one. And the sideways action, we got to keep an eye on it and see what happens. But I'm not doing a whole lot. Let's see, the other exposure, DJT is a kind of a crazy trade, but it's exposure to a lot of things, nuclear energy, the merger they're doing, and then also Bitcoin in itself. So ABTC and DJT. JetBlue, I've been trying to play a bounce. It's been difficult with oil, but I'm going to sit in this thing and see if I can get a nice bounce oversold. Didn't see that one coming, obviously, with trade of the week. But yeah, Paul, super bullish on copper, remain bullish on silver and gold as well. GLD is pulling back to its 50-day SMA, getting close to it. Why am I bullish on copper? The demand for the build outs that are coming, I believe. We're just wiring the hell out of everything. Energy, the transportation of energy. There's going to be there's a shortage of electricians and blue collar people right now. They're just dying to build out, and that in itself globally is going to be a huge demand for copper. You could probably even go on the other whole side of it. The supply side is, what the miners been doing. Has there been unlike gold and silver, there's been a suppression in the paper market. That's a whole other story. The silver market has been really held down by ETFs, by manipulation of Jane Street, and then mostly, COMEX creating paper contracts and saying, well, we'll let you guys trade paper contracts instead of the real silver and gold. But what's happening now is countries are repatriating a lot of metal because they know what's coming, which is the end of the trust me fiat currency. So that's a whole other story. Am I buying long physical copper? No, you need a storage shed probably to make anything worthwhile. The only thing physical I have is gold and silver. I'm going to leave copper out of that physical pile. But love silver. But again, the demand is double. We have a huge demand, just like copper. And matter of fact, copper will probably be used when silver can't be used in certain cases. That's not as good as a conductor as silver is. So you've got the whole paper market fiasco built into silver, which has been repressing the price down for years. And then you've got the whole industrial side of it too. So, what happens when something runs like this and goes insane? Normally, if we go back to all the times in the past when it has done that, we get a parabolic move, and then that move becomes erased. Well, we didn't erase it this time. We basically gave back 50%. So like a 50%, pullback is acceptable for now as the shock to the market unwinds, and people start to say, "Whoa, what just happened here?" And so this was like the big rug pull everybody remembers a month ago. And so we've not really given much back since then. It's just been a lot of back and forth. So super long. I'm super bullish copper and silver and copper and gold, all of them, but for different reasons. I don't use Fibonacci as much as I could or should. Honestly, if Trade Ideas had it, I would use it more. But I do like it. I do, enjoy coming back and looking at the at the retracement levels, which can be done. Let's see here. There is a Fibonacci, I believe. There it is, fib retracement. So we could go to silver, and we'll go to the daily. It's weird how you have to clear that out. Okay, so now we can kind of do a Fibonacci. I guess I would call the beginning of the move right there. So let's see. We go there, anchor, and above. There's our Fibonacci. That's assuming I even drew that right. Let me delete that. And let me see if we can go out more. Geez, I should probably go back down to here. Let's do that. Close enough. So there is our 50% line, pretty close to it. That last bounce we had. And that's, I don't want to be arbitrary from where I anchor it, but I think that's probably a better anchor way down there, which was essentially, in hindsight, the head fake before the move. A big head. I remember that day too. It was a big head fake down in silver, and then it started its move and hasn't looked back. So I do use that indicator. I like it. Let's look at some of the cryptos. Let's look at Bitcoin. So this was, speaking of head fakes, in hindsight, if we can keep building here in Bitcoin, this day right here was kind of the purge, which you could call a head fake. To answer your question, being a swing trader, I certainly do want to go back and look and see where areas of interest are. It's not something I use in a daily plot, that's for sure. It's probably more of a weekend thing or even on a weekly chart thing. But as we look at, I want to look at the dailies here and the crypto. I haven't done that for a while. We're still in a nasty downtrend. But there's Bitcoin. Okay, there's XRP. I like to see how they do relative to what I'm going to call the purge day, or maybe the possible head fake day. This, we were kind of hoping was the day, but as they took that out, look at that, the sellers, they took that out and it became the double test of that first wild down split, down drive. And that kind of makes sense because everybody kind of establishes their position, and the crowd mentality of the herd says, okay, my position's in and my stop's going to be below that low. And when you know it, the powers that be, the sellers, when they're in control, they have a way of going and testing the resolve of everybody. And we had a 24-hour, 48-hour down and up, very vicious cycle. Again, that was in XRP. And Bitcoin has got some more nice buoyancy coming up and out of there. And so the rest of them all respectively have kind of held that low. So that's what I'm looking for. And what we're seeing is a little bit of leadership in Bitcoin because of the way these other ones I'm looking at and also own, HBAR, XRPI, XLM, they're kind of going sideways, whereas Bitcoin's got a bit more buoyancy and is floating up and out of there. So that's our crypto analysis for the day. We'll see if that holds. All right, sorry. Let's see. Just wondering if the recession could hit copper and silver. I don't think so. I'm not worried about if there is a recession. I'm not going to get into that, but I'm not worried about a recession hitting copper or silver. I think there's too much demand in other areas. Again, look at the trades unions. They're screaming for people to come in and grab hammers and torches and welding machines. They just can't get people fast enough. And that's the equipment they use. Only play I took today when able to get paid was Palantir. I've actually got something I can talk about. I was on, there you go, to the long side. I was on Sean Deckmar's live this morning talking about some stuff the Trade Ideas can do. And I'm happy to show you guys. Waiting to get another entry on Palantir. I like the way it's trying to break out of this wedge and, more importantly, break out of the 50-day SMA in blue. But I'll tell you what, I don't trust these things as far as I can throw them. Up until today, every single time one of these names tries to do that, they wind up giving back their early gains and just be creating a wick on the daily, just like this day right here. So I'm literally concerned that the trend is not our friend, and that this day could turn into that day right there. So be very careful. All you want to do is just keep an eye on those lows right there if you do decide to do that. been using the 5-minute Holly wave and it's playing. Yeah, good, excellent. That's what it's all about, Paul, is trial and error and see what works for you, what doesn't work for you. But let me break out some content here, because this is what I was doing earlier for Sean Deckmar, his live group. And as I load these from the cloud, I'm going to say that the market's obviously been difficult in terms of not following through, giving us a day or two or three at the most, and then reversal hard rug pulls. And so I thought, let's create an interesting scan that we can back test for both sides, shorting and long. So I've got S2 reversals, which are new lows. And I've got R2. Now, if you're not familiar, what that is let me reverse a little bit more. I went to Grok and I said, or any AI of your choice. And if you don't realize it, you've now got a free personal Wall Street assistant that's probably similar to a Bloomberg terminal. And if I worked at Bloomberg, I'd be scared, because you can pull up AI and say, give me a complete fundamental breakdown and blah, 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 whatever you want to know. But in this case, I said, hey, Grok, I'm going to use trade ideas to back test a theory. And, the market is very much range bound. And so stocks are range bound and they don't last long trending throughout the day without a reversal. So what are some ideas, AI, that I could use to program into trade ideas to back test? And again, this is extremely valuable information. Go to AI or go to your favorite AI and ask these types of questions. What are some good settings I could use to find XYZ? This is what I want to see. Well, I said it's a range-bound market. I want to find something that can give me some quick reversals that are extended for either shorts or longs, and that I can hold for an hour or two for day trades. Well, Grok gave me some ideas, and Trade Ideas offers all of them. Grok said you could use like a 30-minute Bollinger Band. You could use standard deviations. We have both of those. You could use moving averages. Yeah, I do that a lot. You could use, what else did it say? Oh, ADX. I don't really use that, so I passed on that. And then it said you could use the pivots and the R1, S1, S2, R2 support. Those are universally accepted pivot points, which means those are points that the algorithms can quantify and use as inputs. So I said, let's go with that. And so I turned around and I went to Trade Ideas and I said, let's make a couple of simple scans here. And here's the lesson. So for support, S2, I said, just show me things that are making new lows because they're coming down. And have it be, there's your price 5 to 100, relative volume 0.8. I'm not being specific about relative volume. I did volume today, 150,000 shares. I actually put an S&P change in there. I'll show you why in a second. But here's the magic sauce right here. Change the distance from support level 2. So S2 is you get your pivot levels. You've got S1, which is the first level of support, and it's universally accepted. It's a data point that everybody knows. It's fixed. And then you've got your second level of support, which is like an overshoot, which is kind of like an overextended, which is why AI suggested using something like Bollinger Bands or standard deviations. So your S2 is going to be a pretty good standard deviation. So I said, let's use that. And so the secret sauce is just taking that Trade Ideas filter and bracketing it, putting an envelope. So the minimum is anything between -0.01% and the maximum, there's no reason I can't make that a 5, but I just made that 0.01 negative and 0.01 positive for the positive. I've got a nice tight little band right there. When it hits a new low at that support level, I want to know about it. And so that's the idea behind the trade. And so as these trades pull up, they're hitting levels that are basically considered the S2 level. And I can see right off the bat, if I look left over here, it's looking at that level. So this filter for Trade Ideas is essentially looking left for us and finding a level where it has in the past held. So as these trades come out on the alert, you can pull them up and evaluate them. It doesn't mean buy them, but pull them up and evaluate them. So we'll take it one step further. All right, there is a new low in GGLS, which is trying to reverse off of that. But the point of this and what I showed this morning is we go and we back test. And notice, I'm going to do something different here. I'm going to just go back to the basics. I'm going to open it up for all day long. We'll exit it after 90 minutes. We're going to risk 0.5% to make 2%. So good risk reward. And we're going to sample. Let's just sample like the last, 25 days, because it's been really hard the last 25 days. So we'll simulate a buy. And hopefully the Trade Ideas odds maker will churn its way to 100% here really quickly. And when it gets to 100, we're going to take a look at what's called optimization, which means it's kind of a first run, the first pass through a machine to see, what can we cut off, what kind of fat can we trim off to make it even better. Okay, here comes the results. Oh, a lot of trades, nothing really to write home about, nothing spectacular. This is in the red because it's below 50%. And we want to get at least 50% winners and losers, because then we can move down to average winner and loser. Well, the average winner is 35 cents, the average loser is 18 cents, but it's not doing so in a very good total, only a 35% win rate. So here, watch closely. This is what we can do. This is, this is really the fun part, is this optimization tab. Price, I don't care about, but time of day, I want to go into 15-minute increments here and give me the heat map of the time of the day. Well, what it's telling me is avoid this time of day at all possible. Interesting. The dark, juicy green, low-hanging fruit is at the end of the day. Down here, oops, I've got to scroll a bit. Even better, it still remains green. However, there's a bit of red in there. But for the most part, that one little red block isn't going to bother me from saying we are now going to optimize this scan the way in which the market's been behaving the last 4 weeks, to only do this strategy the second half of the day. So watch what happens when we rerun this. We just make one little tweak. We start it at 9:45 my time, 12:45. And watch what a difference the win rate gives us. It always slows down in the 95 percentile. Don't know why. Maybe there were a lot of trades that week. But again, if you're just joining, we're trying to whittle down what's the best time of day for this fading strategy to buy bounces at the S2 level. And we're not guessing, because we're using hard, fast Trade Ideas data here in the back tester. And we're doing a second run to see if the data is correct, in that the second half of the day is much more profitable than the first half of the day when you're buying S2 levels. And it's really taking its time here in the last percent. Then we'll switch over to the sell side. And I think it's going to be funny. We're going to see the exact opposite across the board. So bam, there we go. 51.8% winners. All of a sudden, we've got a lot less trades with a lot more quality to those trades. And the reason you saw earlier the optimization of, we call other filters. This is a real deep dive here. Once you open this rabbit hole, it's over. I like to see what is the market doing in general. And so I went to S&P change on the day, and I saw that S&P change on the day was showing me a lot of green in this particular area, and I've already optimized it. So that's why it's solid green. What I did is I took out the part where the market was up a lot. It works best when the market was down, a negative value. Okay, so that's the bullish version of what I showed this morning for Sean. Now we're going to do the opposite, things that are running up into resistance, and maybe they're finding a hard time moving through. So this is going to be a short. So if we start and just do like a base layer back test on this, I need to open this up big time so we can look at the entire day. We're going to simulate a sell, and who knows how long this will take. But we're going to run it. Sometimes these run a little better on the weekends when the market's closed and there's more hamsters on the back testing servers. Yeah, this one's taking its sweet time, isn't it? I think I froze it. It's locked up. Come on. There we go. What I did find, and I'll just spoil it now, is that to the exact opposite, and this is something that we talked about this on Sean's Deckmars live, on the open, it feels like there's a lot of excitement and euphoria, a lot of green candles and your favorite names, and it kind of draws people in to chase those names. And then those names quickly get slammed after an hour or two of the open. And if this darn odds maker would just complete itself, we could prove that point, but it's locked up again. So I did find that it works best in the morning. I'm going to go back and back test because I already know it works best like in the first hour of the morning. So let's try that and see if that helps. It looks like it might help a little bit. Nope, it's got locked up on the same date. My strat today was 10:05 through 12 Eastern. Yeah, so also you've already done, the requisite work on your strategy. You know the time of day that it works. Okay, that's too bad. This thing is getting, I'm going to close it down. It's just not happy midday here. But my point being, it's exactly what you'd expect. Now, I can share both of these two for your guys' enjoyment. You can take it home on the weekend or do whatever and play with them. I've already named them, so I'll aptly just easily share them. Yeah, the timed exit, I used a 90-minute timed exit, but I also had a 2% target and a 0.5% stop. So whichever hits first. If the 90 minutes exits first, then 2% doesn't matter. You can take that 2% off and see an experiment. Do I want to not have a target and just use the timed exit by itself regardless? But the way in which it's set right now, and by the way, those settings that I have in my back tester, they will translate inside of the cloud that I'm sharing. So whatever settings I was using to back test these, they come through in the cloud setting, and you can just kind of take it from there. I see Southwest. No, it's not doing much. What's oil doing? That's really the big question, is what is oil doing? Oh, oil tried to come off a little bit. Maybe there was a silly little stupid headline. The market bounced a little bit, of course, as we were speaking on that oil drop. I'd really like to see Plug Power get going. It's the trade of the week. I'm long it, and it's might be threatening here. Maybe it'll do something while we're talking. Do you think we might get a bounce for the next few days? I don't know, because tomorrow is Fed Day. So it's between now and 2 o'clock tomorrow Eastern, we're going to be in a holding pattern regardless. It's just, there's not a lot of bets that are thrown on the table before. The whole trick to Fed Day is to try not to do anything until maybe an hour after the announcement, and you get all these knee-jerk reactions back and forth. start to pay attention where, tomorrow, Wednesday towards the close, and then Thursday morning, where's the money flowing? That's going to be something of interest. But between now and the Fed announcement, it's just going to be back and forth, holding pattern. You're not going to get much, I don't think. Did you see the nice bounce in PSLV? You're only long. No, I've been staying away from silver. Once that thing broke, it's been really goofy to try and figure out. So I'm kind of staying away from that one. I'm more interested in crypto right now. And this trade of the week, plug alternative energy. One of the reasons I like it was, basically all these data centers that I told you are being, backed up to be built. Trump reminded these companies, hey, you're not going to steal the energy from the residential grid. You're going to have to provide your own energy. And whether that's a nano nuke or an alternative energy or so, I don't know. But the story is there. And plug in particular, one of the reasons I chose it for trade of the week, the short float was 25. It's come down a little bit, 23% now. But that's still a giant, juicy short float for an alternative energy. These things can have a 1 or 2 day run, they can be really nice. And that's what I'm hoping for. That's all I want in this one. How would you time LMT for a short as a reversion trader? I certainly wouldn't do it here at a new low. Now, in hindsight, it would have been nice. I like to see them come up and touch and draw in, like we talked about, draw in those traders. Look, early in the morning, draw them in. Early in the morning, draw them in. Early in the morning. They didn't really draw them in that much early this morning. So those 3 circles would have been the best place to short, because you're going to have your best odds of being a contrarian there versus waiting for a new low down here. And we're so close to that new low down here. You could make a case that it could accelerate. And if it did accelerate, you'd have this as your first level of support, the 50-day SMA. If you took a short right here, you've got to be very much willing to cut it quickly. If it bounces back up, you've got a lot of space here. And I prefer to kind of cozy up next to this line, especially a declining 5-day moving average that's declining, and use those pushes up into that line, just like you buy a dip in a bull market. Well, like the sellers are just everywhere. And so the sellers, they're the ones that are waiting for those early morning pushes that they can sell into. So why not join them, as a smaller fish rather than guess down here? It could be a little bit tired, as a double test comes into lows. I wouldn't short it here because I almost feel like I would get bounced out immediately. I'd rather wait for the fade. I don't know. It's a good question. I wanted to bring in more. The answer is I wanted to bring in as many symbols as possible. And I didn't want to bring in things that were doing no volume. And 1.0 volume is good, but sometimes things slip under it a little bit. The bottom line is I just wanted to try and bring in as many symbols as possible. And usually volume filters are going to be the ones that suppress more things. And so I just wanted to open it up a little bit. And again, you guys can change it to whatever you want. If you want to only see things that are doing strong volume, if they were doing strong volume on a down move like that, I don't know if I'd be as inclined as here's another example. I don't know if I was thinking this at the time. I don't want to use extra strong volume on down days because those could be selling on heavy volume or news or something that would plow right through the support level. I just want to find things that are breathing. In breath and out breath, in breath and out breath, and then try and quantify, how much can we get out of that back test to see, if it's got some juice to it. And too much volume might have been too much, too little might have been too little. I was just trying to, get it just right. There's no right answer, but that was my thinking. Stocks. Okay, I think I got all the questions caught up. If I missed a question, go ahead and let me know. I gotta get a soda. I'll be right back. All right, it's midday and we're just slopping around. Again, I'm not expecting too much at all. I'm not looking for any new positions for a few reasons. One, it's been hard to go long, and two, Fed day is tomorrow. I'm going to kind of save my ammunition for maybe an hour after the Fed, after all the craziness. It's like you spring a rubber band and you just kind of let it boing back and forth a few times and then wait and see what we got. Do I think SanDisk can keep going? Let's see. Certainly is a seller up there, isn't there? Somebody does not want this thing above 720. I would say chances are it's going to run out of steam. It's had a really good push since 522 down here. It's had 2.5 good days coming out of that consolidation. It's running right smack into resistance on the daily. And there's a lot of space in here. It concerns me. It can air pocket because we all know they can rug pull these things immediately before you know what's happening. And then also there's a lot of space over there on the daily as well. A lot of airspace. So, you know, you could do something as simple as just set the low to 702 and put a hard stop in there and you could look away, but everybody else is probably doing that too. In the general scheme of things, I don't expect much from the market in general, unless we have a news headline that surprises everybody, like the war in Iran is over and they agree to blah, blah, blah. There's room both ways, but the timing is going to be a little tough here. I hate, I prefer buying things off of a little bit of a pullback, especially in this market. I've been talking over and over about how just back and forth this is. If you're chasing green bars in this market, it's tough. You sometimes have to wait through a little bit of pain to get what you want. Go back to the intraday here. Go back to 15 minutes. Crypto got a little bit wacky there in the last 15 minutes. Or at least XRP did. All right. Anyway. Go back, back to that SanDisk. It just the air is thin up there. It feels like it's just going to maybe hang out between that little range. I'll tell you what, yeah, anything that gaps up like that and you're long, you're just so much better off taking the win on the open for your gap, because these gaps are meant to be sold, no matter what the name is. Yep. Another one, RGTI, a stock that just died on the vine. These quant names. It's crazy. I've been thinking recently, I sometimes wonder, we all got real excited about understanding data centers need energy. And we started thinking in traditional terms of energy and pulling cables in and generators and nano nukes. And then along comes Elon that says, oh, well, these things, they should be in orbit because we can power them from the sun and we can cool them from the vacuum of space. I just wonder if that, everybody just did a head snap on that one. And maybe that's affecting some of these other alt energy names. I don't know, because it sure has me thinking a lot about it. his concept of them. The data centers don't have to be on the ground. Dude's a smart guy. And there's a lot of not in my backyards too. I wouldn't want one of those things in my backyard or anywhere near me. No, that's a great point, Def. It's an excellent point. And, giant farms of solar panels across the desert in Southwest, that's kind of gross. And I don't know, I think he just might have just head fake everybody on that one. Didn't see it coming. Lily should be hitting the S2 reversal scan now. It could be. Here's what I would do. Let's do this. I'll do it with you. We can go to configure on our single stock window. I'm going to type in pivot. Distance from S2, add that column, and let's see what the value is. Distance from S2, 3%. So it's 3% below it right now. So it's only going to show when it hits it. It's only going to show it once for a microsecond, once and once only, because it's right at the S2. So that one blew through. However, that doesn't mean that you can't take that off your radar as something to keep an eye on. This thing's down 5% on the day, and it blew right through its S2 level. I think Elon is definitely onto something. I watched him launch another 40 or 29 satellites, low-level orbit satellites last night from Southern California, and I watched it in my backyard. It was late, though. Some of these drone stocks, they just can't get going anymore either. But just a lot of names. Somebody said qubits too. Yeah, there's a lot of names that are just, every attempt to rally is just squashed. Lunar just can't get out of its own way either. But I am long plug. Just to have some skin in the game and something. S3 is a good, yes, it is. The problem is we don't have the S3. If you have the S3, you would probably be even closer to it. That would be I would be using the S3 if we had that data point, but we don't. So I had to go to S2. You hear the cat, huh? Yeah. When my wife leaves, his main food giver, he doesn't like that. He starts to get mad, starts to throw a fit. That's funny. I guess the noise cancel doesn't block the cat out. Where's the food lady? Now he's running into walls. He's really pissed. Entertainment. All right, I'm seeing some green ticks and Qs and spies. Huh? All right, but I'm not going to get too excited. One of the reasons is that we look on the SPY chart. I call this the armpit. We are just, the moving averages are fanned out, 50, 20, 10. They're all splayed out now. There is selling pressure across the board. So look at this. Sell wick, sell that wick, that wick. There's no reason to think that this wick is going to be any different. So use extreme caution here in the backdrop of the market. The current could be changing right here as we wick into a declining 10 SMA. It doesn't get much more bearish than that. So a headline would stick save us. We could just very well sit right here in doji and close like this as we head into tomorrow and wait for the Fed to maybe try and give us a nugget of good news or surprise, but likely that won't happen. All right. Anyway, I'm here for a little bit longer. If you got any questions, send them on in. Dan will be in tomorrow. Are they supposed to cut rates? No, there's no expectation to cut rates. Sorry, I'm just chatting to somebody here at work. Yeah, so they could come out and any rate cut tomorrow would be a surprise to the market. The market would probably like it. And yep, he's calmed down now. He's accepted the fact his food lady's gone. So any cut in rates would surprise the market, but it's going to need some sort of a surprise headline, I think, to move us. The only thing that's certain is it'll probably be dead for the most part in the day, and then after whatever announcement comes, you'll probably make a new high and a new low in the major indexes, and then you see where we go from there. Like I said, it's kind of like you stretch a rubber band and let it go, let it wiggle a little bit, and then see what direction it wants to take. Let's see. I wanted to create a buy, sell, and balance top list for the close, but you never get any results. I don't know. I know we have something for that. I've never used it. The NYSE buy imbalance percent of daily volume. The only thing I could suggest to you, if you haven't done it yet, is do what I'm doing here, stocks, and then highlight it, and then if you click help, it'll take it to a help page where you can understand more about the percentage, because there's a qualifier in there. It looks like you've got to add a percent of daily volume. So I've never used it, but if you haven't seen this, these help pages are very helpful. You can access them directly from our configurations. Yeah, you're welcome. I just don't think there's, barring any headline, you never know when a headline is going to come out. I can't handicap headlines. So barring any headlines, I just think we're just destined for a holding pattern between now and tomorrow's Fed meeting. I'm in JetBlue, but that's going to be dependent on the price of oil, more than likely. This IBIT just keeps grinding higher. I like to see that. I've got a lot of exposure in the crypto ETFs. Plug might actually trigger here. And I've got a full load, so I'd be very happy to see Plug go. And if it did go, I'm going to sit on my hands and not try to sell any today, because that 23% short, if it goes, that should carry it through the close into the after hours. So we'll see what happens. There's no guarantee. Every time something tries to break out, it's been squashed. So I'm not going to get excited about anything right now. All I can do is just kind of sit on my hands, which is what I am doing. Not looking for any new opportunities. I'm not chasing any new ideas. One, because the market is very tough right now. I haven't seen it this tough in a long while. Unless you're extremely adept at shorting and longing and shorting, going back and forth. And two, because of the Fed meeting tomorrow. I just think the backdrop of the market is going to be kind of held in check. DFTX, that was the old Mind Med. Keeping an eye on that one. Very wiki again. Just nothing will close near highs. Oh yeah, that's one of the hardest things to do, but one of the most important things to do is to recognize when what was not working isn't working. What was working is no longer working, and you've got to have some new things to try and deploy, and because things will change. That's the only thing that is constant, is that things will change. All right, I got to take off in a couple of minutes. So any last questions, you got to hit me now. Somebody was mentioning Palantir earlier. Hey, it held up. How about that?
Yeah, how come you have to take off? There's my question.
Because there's all sorts of things to talk about in the dev meeting. I got to catch up
I know,
on.
I'm kidding you.
Spent too
I'm
much time
glad. I was just
skiing.
listening to you, and I'm glad you mentioned that because the 5-2 hour snuck up on me. So
Oh,
take
good.
off now, my friend, and
All
I'll
right.
probably see you on Thursday, right?
Yep, I'll be here.
Okay. Okay.
See you.
Bye. Okay, guys, give me one moment to get the cinema layout going. Okay, back in both rooms now. Just get rid of my message. All right, guys. So I'm still short the TME. Okay, had a little bit of a jump up, but because I'd taken some off earlier, it it didn't bother me as much as it might have. But anyway, I'm still short the TME. The 1172 was the 1171, 1191, so 1171, and then 1161. So we're right in between these two monthly lows. If somehow we can get through 1161, then we've got a real we got 1021. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but so far so good on the short of TME. And what is the market doing? The market is, well, it's doing nothing. It's just kind of trying to figure out a way. It's still below the VWAP. Market is still, positive for the day. Still below the VWAP, though, is kind of up and down in this tight range. And again, when I talk about the market, I'm talking about the SPY. Meta is making new lows. Yeah. I never look at Meta. So when you mention NFE making a move, New Fortress Energy up, now down. New Fortress Energy expects to identify additional material weaknesses in internal control over financial reporting. So why does it pop on that? It says a restructuring deal. Okay. Splitting into a Brazilco and new NFE cuts the debt from 5.7 billion to approximately 527 million. So they're cutting their debt by almost 90%. Oh well, they can do it. They can do what they want. I was just wondering if ASO was going to bounce off 50, that very psychological number. So far, yes. So far, yes, a big bounce off 50. It's an earnings play. Oh, I see. Okay, William, I get it. Well, guess you got to give him marks for trying or something. I don't know. How's that SWMR doing? Well, for it is basing. For it, obviously highly volatile. Right at the VWAP now. Oh, why not? I'll put a price alert just underneath 25. Okay. It's these all these little highs here. Let's see if it takes that out. All right, maybe I can induce this one down a little bit more for me. The TME, you want to put a price alert under right down the low there. Excuse me, which is around 1160. Just the two, the Rivian and the TME. Rivian was basically flat. The TME is still modestly working for me. Well, yeah, I rarely overtrade though. Even if I'm not moderating a room, I never was somebody that had to be in a trade all a day long. Well, I should rephrase that. I was never somebody who had to have a trade active all day long. How's that? RXO guys. Okay, how about this RXO? Where could it go? Well, it's got a little bit of room. Okay, RXO is a little bit. RXO's got a little bit of room. 1340 is the next high. We're sitting at 1306 right now. This is from the large cap movers. Yeah, there's some real trade junkies though, PJ. You know, they get antsy if they're not in a trade all the time. And I probably was like that earlier. You know, and I mean earlier, like a lot earlier. Oh yeah, we're always scouting out one for sure, Barry, with a Y. We're always scouting, and there's no question about that. And that's kind of the fun part of. So it does. So you know, it's not boring. I mean, I like this one. You know, this RXO. It's kind of interesting to me. 1305, 1307, bid ask. RXO leaders recognized by supply and demand chain executive as pros to know. Okay. You know, there's something for anything. There's a supply and demand chain executive organization. So these guys, these three of them are part of it or won it or whatever you want to call it. ABSI guys on the move here. ABSI on the move. Now coming right into that high looking left. Okay, well, oh, too quick. Plus the spread is, getting a little crazy. Well, that's actually tight. It was a $2 spread just, 10 seconds ago. Actually thought I might get halted, but nope, did not move quickly enough. So even though I said, I want to see a 25 break, I just couldn't get it. Even if I just wanted to take a little bit just to see, I couldn't get it. But this one is starting to get thumped here, guys. EQPT for some reason. This is lifetime low. It's a relative. Well, it's a very new IPO. Released earnings, probably the first earnings release for it. Released earnings. I'm sorry, they released. Well, according to this, they released tomorrow after the market. Gosh, I really wish they'd have another color. Every time I see the red, I just think it's after hours yesterday or this morning. Wish they had another color for the next day. But anyway, they release earnings after hours tomorrow. That is the EQPT. Shares available also 600,000 available to short. Okay, guys. Well, I'm just kind of biding my time right now. The time is on my side. Haha, TME. All right, AMTX. What a beautiful move. What a beautiful, beautiful wave. Look at this wave on the 2-minute chart, guys. Hardly any piercings. AMTX. It had earnings a couple of days ago. And it's maintained certainly it's above the high of its earnings day. Weekly, where could it go? On the weekly chart, the next high is 266, so pretty close. Okay, let's take a look quickly at the sectors, guys. So now, remember at the beginning of the day, every sector was positive. Let's take a look. So silver has actually come back a bit. Okay, it was down here. Remember seeing it was down, I think, 3%. So it has come back a bit. Healthcare is down. And gold. So gold, healthcare, and silver, the three sectors that are below yesterday's close. All right, Mosaic just over the whole number. Let's see what it's doing. Well, had a big pullback, hit, sort of held the VWAP, and then bounced off it. Well, Poe, you know what? Let's see. Put a price alert right at the VWAP and see if we can at least hit the VWAP. And if we hit the VWAP, that might spur us on. Okay. Get over that VWAP and maybe make another run. RELX, quick drop. Yeah, no kidding. 35 down to 34, like that. Yeah, just checking my headlines here. Still nothing. This is Interactive Brokers headlines, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys, it's 1:10 now, so I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. William says he's going to keep the room open till 3:45. That's number one. All right, number two, here's my homepage. So click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So again, how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Now, this promo code may be over tonight. In theory, it is over tonight. Okay. Sometimes they extend it for a day, but no guarantee. So if you want to take advantage of a 25% off, here's how you can do it. So you got 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter which plan you pick, either our standard or our premium service. The promos apply to both of them. And all I ask, as usual, if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these two rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room right here. Company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used often enough, they say, okay, we'll keep the rooms free. It's really that simple. Okay. Now, if you're in YouTube right now, wondering about what I'm talking about, another room, it's called the trading room. Okay. You can access it from my homepage. Just scroll down and you'll see the trading room over here. Trading room is a lot more active, more interaction amongst traders. And also, another big bonus, if you're interested in conversing with other traders during the pre-market, come into the room. This room was actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. Obi does it. Okay. I don't. A little early for me in Vancouver, but Obi does it. And then I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, always staying later for questions, of course. But if I do leave, then William, and he's already indicated he'll keep this room open until 3:45. When I do leave, I keep my layout up and running so you can still, you can still see what's happening. But I'm not on the mic anymore. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or if you're wondering about, well, should I take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? This is what I would do. So first of all, go down to the education section, click on the more info. So the first thing to do if you do take out a subscription, this is mandatory, these 12 short videos, that'll get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. These monthly subscriptions, they're just that. They're just month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. If you're new to trading, 15 of them. Remember, Trade Ideas, fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. If you click on an idea, that's all these are. Any symbol you're seeing here is kind of an idea. Should I trade or should I not trade it? Well, if you click on a symbol and you're looking at the charts and you have no idea what it's trying to tell you, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. Okay, so you have to have some idea about what you're seeing, what the chart is trying to tell you. And all these charts are trying to tell a little story. Last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, including top or races and compare count windows and scans, right here. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. I can see my TME made another little leg down. So large cap gainers from the start of the race. Get rid of this. This is it over here. Upside versus downside movers here. These are all real-time alerts you're seeing here. Thank you, William. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is very similar to this race, except it is more wide open, more volatile. This race has a market cap minimum, minimum market float. Also, I want to see the stocks near the high of the day. The other race is wide open. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market to see the stocks that may be the ones that will continue once the market opens. Pulse resumes. I don't have it. I don't have it showing. I'm not showing it here, but it is on my other monitor. I am showing this one though. Actually, I'm not showing this one. This is the one. Okay, up down 25 cents last 5 minutes. I can give you guys this one if you want it. Problem is, it has a custom formula in it. And I have 3 other scans. Yeah, the momentum scan, the gap scan, and the type A combo scan that I'm in TME. I'm still in TME, Barry, with a Y. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. It's not a rocket ship or anything, but you know what? It'll pay some bills. So again, if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. I know somebody in our YouTube room was asking questions about Brokerage Plus. I'm not an expert on Brokerage Plus. I'll do my best to help, but I'm not an expert in Brokerage Plus and stock and chart trading and all that. And I don't do it, but I'll try to muddle my way through if you do ask me a question. I can't answer. Chris Varley more than likely will be able to. I don't think I've ever seen this one before, guys. It's LLYX. Oh, that's why. The Lilly was, yeah, I think you, Barry, I think you mentioned Lilly was down about 50 points, the stock. This is shortable for me too. Interesting. This is a 2-timer. So Lilly keeps moving down 1 point. This will move down 2 points. I don't see this is the long. I don't know if Lilly has a short version of it. In other words, a short ETF that you could actually buy. But yeah, Eli down $60 now, underneath 1,000 now. LLYZ. Okay, thank you, Stocks Unhinged. Oops. Hmm. For sure? Or my charts are stuck, maybe? Well, it should. I mean, if it truly is the ETF to buy, if you want to short Lilly, it should show up. Let me see if I can bring anything up here. No, not. What I'm trying to do is okay. Here we go. See if I can bring up. There's the long. I don't see a short. Yeah, I don't see a short here. I see a lot of stocks. Yeah, I see a lot of stocks that do not have shorts, the short ETF. When they first came up with this concept, they used to, well, I don't know if all of them did, but they used to always seem to have, though, a long version and then the short version, which would help people who can't short because then you could buy the short version. If you thought the stock was going to move down, you could buy that ETF short. I don't see as many anymore. And you're right. Maybe I don't know if maybe somebody could dive into that. Maybe they decided to get rid of them. I don't know who makes, I don't know if does a company, anybody know this? Does a company have to give their okay to have an ETF created for them? Or, does Vanguard or these companies at Liberty, I'm not Liberty, but I guess what I'm asking is, can these companies that create these, can they just do it on their own, or do they actually have to ask permission? I wouldn't think so either, William. But then why don't they have the shorts? 'Cause I thought, okay, maybe the companies are leaning on them and saying, okay, great, you've created a long version, but we don't want you creating a short version because I just don't see them as much anymore. Okay. You see, yeah, I mean, it's hardly even. Maybe there's another one, but for instance, here is, I think I don't know if NVIDIA was the very first one, but certainly it was among the first that had an ETF for them. And this is the short version of it. So if you thought NVIDIA was going to move down, you could buy this one. But boy, it doesn't trade very much. Maybe there's another version, but that's the one I do remember. And I mean, they used to name them so it made sense. NVDS for short, and then NVDL long for the long version. But it's for stock. But we're talking about some people just maybe they can't short in their account. Okay, so that was a good way in which they could buy something and uh, and take advantage of the fact that you can't of sort of shorting the stock. Yeah, but there's people out there like me. I don't trade options. I don't trade on. I'm talking to stocks unhinged, and it just was an elegant way of saying, you know what, you think the stock is going down, you can buy the short version. Pretty simple. But anyway, oh yeah, way more volume. You're absolutely right. NVDL. Though it's funny though, not NVDL probably. Yeah, I mean there are tons of shares available to short, but I have seen some of the long ETFs with some stocks, and they don't have they just don't offer shorts. Like you can't short it. At least at Interactive Brokers. Not this one. I mean, there's plenty of shorts available, but I have seen on occasion some of these ETFs, for stocks like I wonder if HIMS. Oops. No, that wasn't that one. Well, speaking of shorts, look at this one, guys. Gamble. This is a lifetime low right now. Okay. Earnings a few days ago, not good at all. And moving down, I do remember the Jim Cramer ones. Well, I mean, this is just going to nothing. Well, I shouldn't say that, but lifetime low for gambling.com, GAMB.com, or gambling.com. The symbol is GAMB. Boy, look at this Java. I mean, listen, guys, Java might do it. I mean, it is, what's the volume like? I mean, the volume is great, 48 times normal, low float. It's an earnings play. Maybe it has a late day spurt. Well, a lot of these satellite companies have done well today. Lunar and Telesat out of Canada. Um, yeah, I mean, this is a massive move. Don't often see this stock, guys. TSAT. Now, agro is getting interesting. It's base. Look at the base on agro right now. Okay, yes, it's up 17%. It is an earnings play. The next high looking left is on a monthly chart anyway. It's 1357, and that was back in April of 2022. So almost 4 years ago. Almost 4 years ago. You can kind of see that if we get some more volume coming in, this could have I mean, it's a beautiful base it's putting in. This, of course, was from our AI. All right, guys. Well, I'm still kind of keeping my eye on the RXO. It went down to 13. Maybe 13 holds it. If it can get back to maybe you have 1308 on the bid. Okay, maybe induced. Oh yeah, of course they're just trading vehicles only. We're talking about ETFs. Yeah, I mean that's all I would use them for. I would not be holding them. I mean, stocks unhinged in our YouTube room. Well, oil services has been strong all day, guys. OIH, the ETF, oil services ETF, been strong all day. Top sector right now still in terms of change from the close of yesterday. IYT, the freight. And again, probably at the bottom here is silver still. Yeah, silver, but it has recovered somewhat. Novavax. Wow, what a nice little move here for Novavax on the 2 and the 5. Daily chart. Let's take a look. $11 or so, and then after that, 11.16. I will put a price alert in this area. I'm sure it's not going to happen today, but maybe it happens tomorrow or the next day. Takes that out. Macy's, guys. Macy's went negative. Interesting. Okay. Macy's just went negative underneath the look what happened. I mean, boy, you talk about this 4 days trying to get above the 200-day moving average. The last 4 days, not able to do so. Next low looking left, 1644 on the monthly. Is that too close? Well, it's the same on the weekly, 1640. I'm sure retail must not be doing well. XRT, let's take a look at XRT. Actually, retail is not, I mean, it's still positive. Macy's may be kind of trading on its own. Macy's guys, Macy's on the way down here. I don't know. I mean, it's barely. I mean, it's only down 16 cents from yesterday's close, but what is FOMC? Is that tomorrow? Meeting tomorrow? Is that just the meeting, not the presser? Is that tomorrow? You know what? I look at my economic calendar. Oh, actually, it is a press conference tomorrow too. So yeah, so big day. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, FOMC at 2 o'clock and the presser at 2:30. So it'll be interesting. That is tomorrow. When you say it's today and tomorrow, what do you mean by that, William? FOMC is today and tomorrow. Oh, really? Okay, I don't see that listed. I just see it for tomorrow. I'm just looking at my economic calendar. I post that every day. I don't see anything at 2 o'clock. First day, there's nothing public. Thank you. Okay. You learned something. I did not know that. So that's why Tuesday is a sort of nothing because they don't post anything. Shoot, I saw Alloy. Right, come on, TME. Boy, this is turning into a pretty decent trade now. For a boring trade, it's turning into a pretty decent one now on that short. That low right there is 1171. Well, sorry, it broke through that. The next low is 1026 on the monthly chart. When was that? That was back in July of last year. I'm sorry, July of 2024. So call it a year and a half ago. Wow. It's got halted again. SWMR got halted on the way down this time. Boy, it got up to 32. Remember I wanted to take it at 25. Good luck. Pretty quiet day for questions, guys. So again, if you have anything stored up, now's a good time. Look at Macy's now, guys. Macy's now breaking down a little bit more. M. Here's one that's starting to pop here, guys. BIAF. It is putting in a bit of a charge here. BIAF, big one from earlier today, through the VWAP. Okay, through the VWAP. It's right at yesterday's high, I believe. Yesterday's high was 273, so it's right at yesterday's high. Well, yeah, BIF volume coming in also, guys. BIAF volume is coming in. The high of today was a little over 3. Market is still trying to challenge that VWAP. Okay, we're making higher lows now. This little ABSI, whoops, what happened here with the SPY chart? Why did it show up there? Yeah, I just wish it had more room, the ABSI. It doesn't have that much room to go to that high, and that's 280, so I'm not gonna take it. Just inching its way up. Look at the volume that came in also on the 2-minute. Look at the volume and the 5-minute. Look at the volume that has come in. You can see it down here. So this is typical of this scan here, okay? The upside versus downside movers. In the afternoon, you start to see some big volume bars. These are stocks that have kind of, I mean, this one was still fairly active, okay? You did see some, but sometimes you see stocks where the volume is just gone to nothing, or it looks like it's gone to nothing. I mean, some of these volume bars can still have a lot of volume in them, but nothing is standing out. Then all of a sudden, you see something standing out like this in this particular scan. See, big volume bursts. You see the volume bursts that you're getting from some of these alerts here. Big volume bursts. There's a volume component in here. I don't mean just the absolute volume, but extraordinary volume over the last 1 minute on a 1-minute chart. I should say a 1-minute period. Barfly, BFLY. Let's see what it's doing. So, yeah, well, it's got room. I mean, it had earnings a few days ago. It has some room. 473. It's got room. Okay, at least something's got some room. 473 is the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. I wish it weren't so. I wish it were more down here, just over the VWAP. Boy, look at that SWMR. I mean, it's still. This could take out the high. I think is it halted again? Not halted right now. Where's the high up here? 3253. I'll put a price alert there. Boy, Mosaic is sort of basing. I mean, a little bit choppy. It's sort of basing here. MOS still has room. I mean, look at the yeah. I mean, almost $1.50, maybe $1.40 away from the 200-day moving average for Mosaic MOS. So it still does have some room if it's looking for a late day run. All right, another one just over the whole number. Car Gurus, ton of room. $2 so that no, I'm sorry, it's not $2. 33.17, 33.75 to the next high on the daily chart. Oh my goodness. So SWMR just took out the high of the day. Well, you're on your own. You're on your own if you're going to take this one, guys. 32.69, 32.87. Not a horrid spread, but now it's getting bad. This is really gambling. This is a real lotto. Again, on your own. Very rarely, Dan. Dan Burns in the YouTube room asking, "Are there ever shorts to? Are there ever? Now, ever is a long time, right? Ever means ever, but shorts available on with an IPO the day of? Certainly not at Interactive Brokers. I cannot speak for Centerpoint or Cobra. Anybody with those or Trade Zero? It's possible those have shorts. Usually, if there are going to be shorts available at Interactive Brokers, it usually takes about 2 or 3 days. Well, 2 days if it's like maybe not one of these ones, but like the one that's coming out on Friday, I think, with heavy hitters behind it. Usually, there are shorts available within 2 or 3 days. This one, I have no idea when or if IB will have shorts available. But is there anybody with Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero in either room? because I mean, they specialize in having shorts, so it's possible even on the day of, they may have. Okay, I guess that is Italian bird dog. Is that Italian? Amore integrita or integrità. So nobody in either room has Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, I guess. Well, it's good to see. I mean, we haven't seen one like this for a long time. I mentioned this earlier. We haven't seen one of these crazy little IPOs go crazy the first day in a long time. Good to see. I mean, it's fun. Okay, but of course, you've got to be very careful. You don't oversize. It'll be interesting to see what it does after hours and what it does tomorrow. Could this be one of those crazy ones that goes to 100? Really? Was Sava delisted? The answer is well, that's the last day. That's the last day, March the 10th. So I guess maybe it's gone to the pinks or something, or well, all those people who thought this was a terrible stock, they were right. This is an Alzheimer's play, I believe, right? An Alzheimer's play, and their data was constantly scrutinized. Yes, Poe, that's what you should do. Yes. Well, you're mentioning OCG. It is coming back. I mean, it has been what did it get to today? Yeah, it got up to 108. I never liked it because I just kept looking left and seeing all the little areas it could stall, but you never know, I guess. But Paul, if you're going to do it, make sure you buy SWMR. I don't know where you're getting the SWWM. I know you're kidding. Maybe there is a stock, SWWM. Doubt it. I know that's what you meant, but well, guys, I don't know how I'm going to keep holding TME. There's no reason to get out of it. No reason to get out of it. Look at that wave. How beautiful that is. See if we can crack 1150. Boy, OIH is just still ripping here, guys. OIH is now up 4%. Hmm. Charts are slowing down again. Sign that I might have to leave. What time is it now? Oh, it's 2:01. Okay, I'll stay for questions. I don't have to go. So if you have any questions, charts are now getting stuck again. Hmm. Muddy Waters Spanx SOFI. Okay. Hmm. Great news for Sophie investors. This Mastercard deal could be bigger than it looks. That was the announcement this morning. Well, at least I'm seeing it at 9:20 this morning. I guess this must have helped pop the stock a bit. I don't know what Muddy Waters is saying, but they've got some clout. They definitely have some clout. They're driving this down right now. BNCB, good morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you are in the world. Still morning for me in Vancouver. Yeah. New to the trading room. Are you new to trade ideas also? Do you have trade ideas? It's okay if you don't. Another push for SIDU here, guys. SIDU getting closer and closer to that high. I would have liked to have taken this. I just couldn't do it because of that high. So BNCB, did you hear me? You don't have to say anything other than hello, but I just wanted to make sure you heard me. Yeah, I guess some people don't hear. Oh, look at this. TME just took out the 50-cent level now. Hmm. Well, let's see. Again, the next low looking left, I think it's already below that. Yeah, 1170. So the next low on a monthly chart is 1026. What I have to do now is take a look on a weekly chart and see where that next low is on a weekly chart. So 1140, there's a low there, 1161. So 1140, and this is back. It's hard to see. It looks like February of last year. February of last year. So over a year ago. That is a low. So that, I suppose, could stop it. That low is 1140 or 1145 right now. So far, nothing is really stopping it, though. These areas that I thought on the monthly chart might stall it, didn't really. Maybe BNCB is typing in a war and peace question, which is fine. It just does. I mean, maybe nobody knows on it. Well, some very long, very long. Oh, he left. All right. Well, easy come, easy go. It's kind of funny, isn't it? Somebody new to the room. Bye. Okay. Making make a grand entrance. Is- I can't believe nobody with Cobra, nobody with Trade Zero, and nobody with Centerpoint. Nobody has that in either of these two rooms as a brokerage. All right, guys. Well, the SPY just got to the VWAP. Okay, that's why that triggered. Because my question is, do you guys, if anybody has either of those three brokerages, do you have shorts for SWMR already? Write it down. What do you? What? Don't understand. Oh, you mean in case people aren't hearing me? How's that? I guess somebody might be out there with those, and they maybe have me on mute or just okay. I'm thinking about this, but let's see. RXO. What's the spread like right now? 13. Just may not be dynamic enough. I was thinking of taking this one. May not be dynamic enough. Boy, this is, I mean, actually, the SWMR, it's actually for it, it's actually basing. Even the spread is, not insane. 30 cents right now. All right, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I'll probably think about heading out now. It's 2:11. I'll hang around if there's some questions. Don't see anything coming from YouTube, so I'll probably shut you guys down, okay? Tomorrow is a very short day for me, okay? Noon Eastern, I'll be out of here. I have to go somewhere. So I'll be here at on the mic between 6 and 9. I'm sorry, my time. 9 to 12 Eastern time tomorrow, and then I do have to take off. No celebrating. No, no. So for those of you in YouTube, here's my homepage link. If you want to come over to the main room will still. Oh, I know it's St. Patrick's Day. No, no, it's not. I don't pretend to be Irish like most people. Okay, so those of you in YouTube, you can click on my homepage link and you can come into the trading room. Okay, this room will be open till 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. So I'm going to shut you guys down now. I don't see any questions coming in from YouTube, so I'm going to shut you guys down now. And for the main room, before I do that, I'll put an announcement up here. My layout will still be visible until 3:45 a.m., 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. So you can see the compare count. You'll see it's not bad because you'll see some action here. You'll see some action here. So it's not like there's nothing going on. Now you may see the my pointer moving around. So if you do have a question, I can pop back in. Hmm. Okay. You too, Ozzy. Now, when you say there are shorts, Dwayne, not at IB, but you had IB. Now, it does say this contract will become available if they can be located, which maybe is a little bit different, but yeah, no short. Oh, they said now shorts. See, you got to watch what you say. Anyway, I guess there's nobody with Cobra Point or Cobra Centerpoint or Thinkorswim. I thought Thinkorswim, Trade Zero in either of these rooms. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut down YouTube right now. We'll see you YouTubers tomorrow at 9